Okay. Let's see, we are at a point. Actually, let's bring up IntelliJ. First thing. Just been digging into all the faults on RPG Maker, and there are a lot of them. Let's see, so skill false. Hello, Phil. Praise Greg. Hello, Sergeant Rekka. Okay, I think this is our spell casting. And then this was our stuff, so we actually don't want those to loop. Kind of want very little looping. Praise! Dying dead. One of these is... So we're doing more of our animation, more of our sprite animation here. And the thing that we're doing is we're trying to reverse engineer the arcane machine spirit of the RPG Maker MZ. I found out a funny quirk of the machine. It is just hilarious the way that they... Am I still making My Little Pony stuff? Yeah, I've been thinking about when I want to sit down and do the script for the next Where Are We episode. The next one's going to be Rarity and... not Rarity, Applejack and Rainbow Dash. They're going to have a conversation in a restaurant about all the press coverage, the negative press coverage that Applejack disagrees with. Anyway, though, RPG Maker MZ, it does this hilarious thing where instead of taking a large sprite and then scaling it down so that you don't lose quality, what it wants to do is it will take a small sprite and blow it up. And so I've been having a problem where it's like everybody's been like, oh, the resolution looks really bad, or it looks really small. It's still kind of small. But part of the problem is just that, like, if you try to set the resolution bigger, or you tell it, like, okay, I want this to fit a PC screen, then it just gets really, really tiny. So I figured out where they're doing this in, and so now I've changed it so instead of blowing up things larger than their native resolution, which is insane, and I don't know why that's programmed by default, now it will properly shrink them down. They'll start big and get smaller, which is correct. Just how stuff is supposed to work. I got an RPG Maker MZ. RPG Maker is like practically ancient software at this point. So it's almost a little comical running into technical issues like that and just being like, what? What are you doing, RPG Maker? But okay. So we need a kind of a ready animation for this arm, and I think what I want to do just now occurs to me that this, let's see, how do I want to do this? Because what I want is for him to, like, take his arm up here. Maybe it'll be better if I just do this. Yeah, there we go. I'll save me some work. A small amount of work. Do I have any inward facing hands? I don't really. I have this one. It's facing the wrong way. Okay, no way around that, just gotta redraw. Okay. Is there a chance to return to the Mentally Advanced series? Probably, I would say no with the Mentally Advanced series. Let's see this circle. I'm gonna erase most of this anyway. If I'm gonna continue doing anything with pony stuff, it's gonna be more in the theme of like the ponies have aged by 10 years or whatever. I'm not gonna go back in time.
Morning, Greg.
Good morning.
There's no one's really on. It's early in the morning.
Yeah.
But you're up and at 'em and working already.
Yep.
Nice.
I mean, it's
Not morning for everyone.
well, not. I mean, yeah, it's not morning for everybody, and
I guess you have a large European audience. For them, you're a bit of a lazy bones.
we do have some Europeans. We have a surprising number of Russian speakers, just due to translations into Russian.
You have translators?
There's a bunch of translations of the Rainbow Dash Present stuff.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, we've got, it's like Spanish. I think I've seen Portuguese for it. There's quite a lot. That was part of how we got Buluf's submission, I think. I might be wrong on that, but when we got a guy speaking Russian as one of our vid somewhere submissions, it wasn't too shocked.
Oh yeah, that happened recently. Yeah, and then you started streaming right after. Was that related?
No, it wasn't related.
Because apparently I have notifications turned on for your channel, so I just keep getting notified that you're going live. I keep getting
Yeah, well, if you keep showing up, it'll keep notifying you. As soon as you stop showing up, it'll... Oh, what? I don't know what that was, but...
Lots of questions for you about MLP in the comments. In the chat.
Let me see. How does it feel that my legacy is tied to a cartoon horse show? Um, uh, 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 um, why did I stop making My Little Pony stuff? I had nothing else to say about it, and that's kind of if you're a purist, that should be the way it works. Once you've said all you want to say in terms of like parodies, it should be done. I mean, you could just keep going for the sake of like, oh, this is one of my more popular things, but I don't know. I didn't have a whole lot else I wanted to say.
You're pretty good at parody. So whenever I'm introducing people to the podcast, the first one I recommend is the Harry Potter one.
The Harry Potter one's a fun one. I like them discover like they get all the infinite crab apples and being like a child should not be trusted with so much power.
So my favorite one's got to be the Enter the Flavor Zone, but that one's real slow to start. So it's jokes right off the bat with the Harry Potter one.
Yeah, Harry Potter is also a point of familiarity for a lot of people. People know like what Harry Potter is and what's going on with Harry Potter. So it's a little easier to sell them on it and be like, yeah, Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Harry Potter, oh, Harry Potter.
And it is very controversial, so very ripe for parody,
Yeah,
satire.
It's controversial now. The Harry Potter universe has always been a little bit poorly constructed as far as like making sense goes. It hasn't always been real good about that. But
yeah, she keeps retro. What's the thing? It's a thing where you go back and change the lore.
Retconning stuff. It's actually kind of funny. I once watched her do like a live reading of her stuff, and it was comical because she forgot like certain jokes that she put in the original book. Like she has a comment that I think that Dumbledore's brother, who's like important to the series later, was arrested for lewd acts with a goat, and she like forgot that she wrote that. So she's just like reading it to a bunch of kids, and she gets to that line, and she's like, "He was arrested for lewd acts with a goat," and then she cracks up because she forgot that she wrote that. He comes back. He's super important later, but there's like a little black mark on his record that just she completely forgot that she added in. It's like, oh god. They have this like really meaningful character show up later, and I wrote earlier. I established that he did something illicit with a goat. I guess he wasn't that important of a character originally, or wasn't going to be.
A lot of things that don't make sense. She keeps trying to. I saw like a think piece recently about how Slytherin's kind of stupid. It's just like the evil house. And during interviews and stuff, she keeps trying to argue that no, they're like just sly and whatever, but no, it's just evil.
The evil house, for the most part, they are. Yeah, I don't know. It's her world building isn't really super thought out, but it's it's fine. It's fine.
Very good in enough places to be very entertaining.
The characterizations are good, is what it is. Like everything that the characters do is emotionally compelling. Like you follow along and you're just like, oh no, Ron, Hermione, Herman, and it carries the story well enough. I feel like The other one that was popular kind of around then, what was it? To Kill a
Hunger
Mockingjay.
Games, Divergent.
Hunger
Oh,
Games, yeah.
Hunger Games.
Yeah, Hunger Games was kind of the same way. There was a lot of like, okay, this is not very well written at all kind of stuff going on, but it didn't really matter too much because people just got really into the character stuff of it. I don't know, like it's very black and white. It was just like, would you murder an 11-year-old? And it's like there's a correct answer, audience, and everybody gets that one correct. So people like really get it, like, oh, if I were there, I wouldn't kill a small child. It's like, congratulations, you have the right answer. You know, I don't know, that cracks me up. It's just like, I don't know. They put you in like an obviously evil situation, and then just like do the evil, and I really like that. Katniss's big stand is like, I won't though.
Oh my God, there's people here already.
That is the friend dog. The house thing is stupid. I mean, you know, I think that I've heard that they do that in like English private schools. So it's a little bit less stupid in light of that, maybe. And I believe it's done for the same reasons in like an English private school. Is the whole point is like to foster competition and I don't know, but it's supposed to be more of a, you know, light spirited thing. It's not like these will be your mortal enemies in the real world or anything like that. It's supposed to be a little bit more like, oh boy, what a fun time. Your house gets certain privileges if you do well, but that's kind of it. It's not. There we go. That's a little better. Let's actually have him angle this view down a little bit more dramatically than that.
Yeah, I remember when I was just a lad and I earned 500 points for red team.
For red team? Yeah, see, there you go. We did stuff like that in gym all the time. Gym class.
So what are we working on today, Greg? What are you doing?
Today we are working on Friendbot here. He's got a claw hand, and that's one of the more important things you need to know about him. Right now we're working on animations for Friendbot. Yeah, originally he was named Friendbot. He's been renamed internally to Unit 01 because he's still a Friendbot, still supposed to look friendly, but the idea now is that when the game starts, you'll kind of, it'll try to log you in, and I was thinking it would call you like user, like hello user or hello guest or something like that, but Unit 1 is what I've got internally for now. Guest would have been funny if everybody just called you guest. But it also would have been really awkward because everyone like in universe should know that that's not correct, and
It could be you know Idiocracy when he gets the tattoo and what's his name? Like
this guy not
like,
sure.
Yeah, not could be something like that. You could do some kind of funny thing where it's like, what is your name? And
Like, I'm not sure. You know, like, your name is not sure.
Yeah. No, you can't just rip off Idiocracy, but like I'm sure there's some other funny way to do that. Like it could ask you like, "What's your username?" and you're like, "My username," and it's like, "Yes, you are username."
No, it's okay. We'll let the character name themselves, and then we'll, because that's always fun. Look, there's a lot of.
You go.
A lot of people are very into the meta, I think, now of RPGs, just because it's like they're very time worn, and a lot of people are familiar with the conventions and everything like that. So it's common to see now more like, oh, you know, you're like Undertale especially really popularized it, but Undertale. I don't think that the meta commentary is what makes Undertale great. I think that the characterization and the sense of humor and everything makes it great. And he didn't have to do meta commentary. He just did it in a clever and fun way. And that's really where like the appeal of everything he's doing comes from, is just how clever and fun he is about all of it. And anyway, the point is that we don't need to get away from conventions like naming your character and everything like that. That's important.
Yeah, for sure. You know, and what if I want to roleplay, you know, isekai, you know, being isekai'd into another world where I am a brain in a jar.
Yeah, where you're a brain in a jar doing work for a boss who's also a brain in a jar.
Yeah. You know, I've been playing Skyrim for the first time lately. I never really played it, never knew much about it other than like the very surface level cultural osmosis thing. So I'm doing a roleplay of Skyrim on legendary difficulty with one life, where you know, it's like I was hit by a car and I woke up in Skyrim, but I don't know what Skyrim is because I didn't know what Skyrim is. So it's just like you know, it's like I'm in this bizarre fantasy world where I'm full of barbarians, basically, and it's like, oh, I'm the only, you know, I think I'm weak as shit because all these people have been like fighting bears their entire life, and I work at a grocery store and play video games, so that's kind of why you know, everybody's an enemy sponge, and I go down in, you know, 5 hits, and you know, it's fun.
Yeah.
It's like go in a cave. There might be a bear in there. A bear would kill me. I'm just gonna keep making health potions out of butterflies. That's pretty fun.
It's safe. The butterflies won't kill you.
Hello. What are you guys doing?
Making friend bot.
That sounds lovely.
Yeah, we're drawing friends.
Yes.
Oh boy, this takes me back to the good old days of, oh my gosh, what animation is that pony gonna do? Is he gonna do something cool? No, he's moving his head.
He's moving his head and he's shouting. Look, cool animation is freaking expensive, man. You don't you don't know what you're asking for. It's too much. We don't do that. We don't do that here, okay?
I cannot imagine.
Yeah, we will do animated things. But
Y'all also let me know if my audio's messed up. I'm using my phone speakers right now because my headphones are charging. So if there's an echo, I can fix that.
that can sound fine. What have I done here? I've screwed up the perspective is what I've done. Just looking at this, I'm like, this doesn't appear correct. Oops. Pretty sure that's got to go the other way. Perspective.
Oh, so not to distract you too hard from what you're working on, but I was watching the one video you made recently where you announced the streams, and you said that you it feels more real to hear commentary on your work from real people and not through a comment section. And Greg, I think you are out of your mind when you say you think you're not funny. I think you are literally like the most hysterically funny and clever content creator I know of.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah.
It's
You go.
easy. I was gonna say it's easy to start to wonder if anything that you're doing is actually any good, especially when you spend a lot of time working on it and you're just like I don't know if this is working or if this is gosh, I don't know, because it's just like it's your own stuff, and like to a certain extent you always have to be saying like everybody must hear my jokes, or otherwise you wouldn't be able to find the motive to keep doing it. But it's tough because you get into these like algorithmic systems, and it's just sort of like one thing that drives me crazy is Google, as they were killing like Weeble and people like that, like animators that I really liked, that I kind of like spent my teen years watching. They were just like, yeah, no one really liked these animators anyway, and everyone who's dying because of our changes is dying because they weren't very good in the first place. And that was kind of their stance on it. Like their content manager or whatever, he like went on to some analyst guy's channel and was just talking about the future of things, and he was just like, yeah, our algorithms are just responding to what people want to watch, and if you're not doing well, it's because your content's just bad. And like you kind of
bad for appealing to the lowest common denominator of people, bad for the target audience being only every child.
I mean, yeah, like it's wrong, but like over time, I mean, it just gets to be like, I don't know, I'm having a hard time figuring out where to go, what to do. It feels like it's hard to find an audience, and then you start to wonder, like, is it me? Maybe it is me. Maybe, and like the gaslighting that they do, it really does start to sink in, and you just start going like, maybe it is me. Maybe I just can't reach people. I can't find an audience because maybe I'm just not very funny.
I don't mean to be a dick, right? But don't you admit that you actively like do things that are horrible for the algorithm, right? But it's, I don't know. It's like it's not because you're not funny. It's because you're not like playing the game correctly, and you know that because you say it. But
yeah, I mean, well, I'm not playing the algorithm games very much because they kind of make it harder to do the stuff that, like, speaking to the robots makes it harder to speak to people, because
Right.
the machines have just a completely different perspective on like what is good content. I mean, what is good content is just whatever keeps the most people watching for the longest amount of time, and it also has like a lot of good SEO keywords.
That's like. There you go. Sorry, the voice delay on Discord is messing me up. I don't mean to keep interrupting you. I did just talk before you started talking, and then yeah.
Yeah, but what'll catch you though is it used to be a lot easier to make things and be found. Like if you made things, like I used to honestly, I wasn't just doing the pony stuff. I was actually in a lot of places online, and I would just post under different pseudonyms and whatnot. So like I was on like 1D4chan, and I actually rewrote their My Little Pony article. Somebody else eventually went in and rewrote it. But it was like somebody came in and they were like, I was getting geared up to delete the whole thing, but then it turned out to be a really reasonable, like, because I was just like, yeah, this happened and then that happened and these things happened and like it was just like a reasonable write up of the My Little Pony phenomenon. Because I just saw that there was a lot of like really stupid, biased writing on it, and so I just went in there and wrote what I felt would be a better article on the whole thing. And then you right away you get people who are just like, oh man, thank you for doing that. And it is so much harder than it used to be to find places where you are needed, where your writing is needed and desired, and or writing or anything that you can contribute, really. Like it's all just... Oh, go ahead.
No, I think part of it is this horrible economy that we're in is really affecting creative types a lot. Because like everybody, like I have 2 jobs. Like everybody I know has who has like their own place, who's my age, and I'm a young man. They've got like 2 jobs, and it's like if these people just like don't have any disposable income to give to internet creators, they don't have any time to like be part of online fandoms. Like part of me thinks how cool the old internet culture was. Obviously, it was because it wasn't all bought up by big corporations. But another part of it might have just been because like it was a good time in the world, and like now everything's just so toxic because everybody's stressed and everybody's yeah.
Well, toxicity is encouraged because it keeps people online longer.
It boosts engagement. Oh my gosh! So the horrible thing I've been seeing on YouTube is people making educational YouTube shorts that are intentionally always incorrect, because people will correct you in your comments when you tell like lies about facts, and so people are doing that to boost their engagement.
I was joking with Artisan about that, where he was I think talking about the idea of making like a really dumb argument about what is a Monster Tamer game. And then I was like, if you make a really stupid argument, you will get more promotion than if you make a like a serious, like compelling argument that people can engage with in earnest. And he's like, yeah, I know. But he goes, I'm not going to make a stupid argument for engagement reasons. I'm going to make a stupid argument because I want to make a stupid argument. And I was like, okay, well, as long as your heart's in it.
Yeah. What's a really good? Well, I don't know. What's some like furry? Just like a furry, like party collection RPG. You could argue that that's a monster collecting game. Hola. Bonjour. Salut. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo ça va?
What are you saying hello to? Oh.
I scared him off. He didn't speak French or Spanish.
Actually, I think the wrist is a little too long on this.
Oh yeah, so I have nothing but a phone, and it is it is very difficult to be in a Discord and try to watch the stream at the same time. Okay, so this is something that grinds my gears, is that They keep making online UIs worse and worse exclusively and just removing functionalities entirely. The YouTube mobile UI has no mute button, so I can't be watching a YouTube video without the volume, without just turning my volume off. You want to know what has the worst UI ever is Patreon. They update it constantly, and it just gets worse and more unreadable and unhuman every time. The current one's alright, but the one like before this was awful. Where like each creator was a tab that like sorted by how recently they've uploaded a video, but then you had to click on that to see the video and like go through like sub-menus. Terrible.
Didn't they change the YouTube design for like a day? Where they swapped the place where comments and recommended videos were? And they changed it the day after again? Am I imagining this? Hello, by the way.
Hello? I don't even know where the comments are anymore. So yes, it looked like they did change something. Or this live stream does not have comments.
So I move this hand around, I run into the drawback of no shadows. I once experimented with normal mapping in Toon Boom. It's got a way to do it. But it was you had to kind of be comfortable with normal maps, and I was not.
Alright, I have a question, Greg. What kind of enemies are in this game? Are they all robots, or are there biological ones?
There are biological enemies and robot enemies. In fact, you'll get weapons that are more effective against biological enemies than robots. So you'll get like, this will do extra damage. No, well, it's not a taunt. Well, it's not a taunt exactly. When you select an ability, your guy will do like a little motion that implies like, okay, input acknowledged, and then they'll do the attack. So this is, yeah, this is his like, okay, I'm gonna do my claw attack.
Yeah, I was just asking because I don't know, the claw looked like it would not be that effective against, you know, like if he was trying to fight the same type of creature that he is. I feel like you would want more of like a big robotic, like you know, claw, and not something with sharp on it. Yes, I have a great grasp over the English language.
Well, you are wrong. We this is an armor-piercing claw. It has armor-piercing properties. So you're just totally wrong. You are going to use it on the armored enemy. That's the gist of it. Okay. Yeah. Your party's going to be kind of comprised of different combat roles. The main character though is going to be one of the major. He's basically got all the fighting stuff wrapped up, and because that's you know, what you need to progress through the battles, and so you'll have him no matter what. And then
you can have the healer class just have like a welder, you know, like a big arc welder arm. That'd be pretty cool.
Yep, that's kind of the gist of it. It was going to be like a big ratchet, but you can buy different things.
Yeah.
If you make different roles, are they implemented into RPG Maker, or do we have to do that from scratch as well?
No, luckily that's fine. We have the ability to make different class abilities and things like that in RPG Maker. I was talking earlier some of the bigger problems are things like how they've designed the system overall. Like they make a lot of weird suboptimal choices, and fixing their weird suboptimal choices is one of the bigger challenges of using RPG Maker. So, for example, you guys noticed earlier that the sprites were really small and there wasn't a lot of real estate being used. Well, one of the reasons for that was I told it like, okay, let's stretch this out so that we can see it in 1920 by 1080 resolution, because that's common for desktop. And if you make it small, then what it does is when you just expand the screen, it blows the images up. So you put it in and you're like, okay, we've got 100 by 100 sprite, and then it's like, okay, got it. But then when they go full screen, it doesn't it doesn't treat it well. It just blows it up. It's like, okay, so now we have a big sprite, but it's the same resolution, and it's a mess. It's all blurry and ugly looking, and it's just like, man, what is going on with this? So I went into it and I found out even for the backgrounds by default, what it will do is you actually can't stop it from doing this without going into the code. But instead of properly taking the background and saying like, okay, this is our background and it is this size, it will always blow it up by a certain resolution percentage, and then you just have a blurry background, and there's nothing you can do about it by default unless you go in and you fix it. So that's what I've done, is I've gone in and I've told it like, all right, if this is a 1,000 by 1,000 pixels, that's what you display it as. Don't make it larger than its native resolution, because that's hideous. And same with the sprites now. So the sprites, they're going to be imported at double the resolution they're meant to be displayed at. And that way when you when you see them, and if you expand the screen, it's not going to be like blurry. It'll look okay. Had to fight with RPG Maker to get that. Had to change the program to get it to do that.
Yeah, I've heard about RPG Maker that there's a lot of things where it's just like plugins for that. Like there's a lot of very common plugins that people use to fix those problems where it's like, oh, the way this is inherently is just horrible. Yeah. It's like, oh, if you're doing this, you need to download this, and that.
Yeah, and that is actually a common thread that I keep seeing, is people being like, oh, you need to get this plugin, but I don't want to use the plugins, you see.
Fair enough. It's just like Skyrim, right? It's nothing without the mods.
Well, I can mod it myself. I don't need modders to do it for me. I don't like the plugins because that's still leaving you in that situation of like, I don't actually know what's going on.
Right. No, I agree that your way of doing it is a lot better, especially if you intend to sell your game or something like that someday. Yeah, it's still a trip for me that I don't know, that I'm seeing this project being worked on again. I remember like where I was in my life like 4 years ago, and I was watching the videos about it, and it's like, ah, cool, Greg's doing a thing, and then different stuff happened.
Well, we're coming back to it. We're gonna get it done.
Yeah, you did that in Unity first, right?
Yes, and then Unity was like, okay, we're gonna be seeking rent from now on. It was just like, oh, okay, great. So
Oh,
I kind
I thought you stopped because Unity was just difficult to work with.
no, it was fine to work with. It was uh, it was fine. The main thing is just that I for doing cutscenes was a little harder.
That is pretty cool that you can just drag and drop WebM into there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also like scenes where the characters are just like hanging around talking to each other, the sprites and everything like that, because RPG Maker is pretty straightforward in how they handle that. I mean, you just kind of like have your characters move around, and it's got like a system for it already. And so it's really easy to use. It's pretty intuitive. It'll be clunky in a couple of things, like as far as animations go. It's not really good about animations, but it'll be fine, and it'll be faster than programming my own system. The main drawback to Unity was just that I really kind of needed to make everything on my own, and I was making everything on my own, and it gave me a lot more freedom. But fundamentally, really, all I wanted to do was just make an RPG, and I don't know. I didn't.
Yeah, it wasn't the right tool for the job. Wasn't the right tool for the job. They have kind of a monopoly on being Unity, and they're allowed to keep rent. Lots of reasons. Well, hey, I gotta. Oh, sorry. I gotta head out of here in a minute, but I just wanted to say. Oh, what did I want to say? But what we were talking about earlier, all of my favorite creators on the internet, in fact, the only ones I even actively keep up with at all, are a bunch of, like people who are just doing what they want to do because it's good, rather than doing like what works on the internet. And I like that. It's what I like to watch. If you did, like Five Nights at Freddy's content, I would stop watching, the channel probably. But also, there's a thing where it's like I feel like you can't like be like, well, I'm gonna do what I want to, not what works on the website, and then be like, why website? Why have you forsaken me? It's like the because you're making good content, like you know it. It's like you gotta. I don't know. I think the way forward would be to come up with some kind of way to bring in new people or extract more income from the loyal fan base. I don't know.
Well, discovery is the main issue. Advertising is really hard now. Finding new people is really hard. Sketching Unit 01 Friendbot, the Friendbot.
Yeah, how was Newgrounds? Didn't you mess around with that a while back?
Newgrounds is still good. Like Newgrounds is Newgrounds. Their system is pretty friendly to new introductions and always has been. It's just that Google's diverted a lot of their traffic away. So they're no longer like the premier site. But I feel like if you're animating, it is never really a bad idea to put your stuff on Newgrounds, just because, like with YouTube, you could put like a really high quality animation, and if you don't know where to like share it around or anything like that, YouTube will never show it to anybody. But on Newgrounds, at the very least, if you upload a really high quality animation, then it will be seen by people who will review it and give it like enough stars to get on the website, and then it'll be featured on the page, just like new animations for a little while, because animations are hard to do, and so there's not as many entrants into that arena, so they can just have like a this is what's the latest, like this is the newest content, and you go up there. Like you'll be on that page for a little while, and then if you do well, then you get on the featured page. And then if you're, you might be on the featured page for a little while. I think the J cartoons occasionally were like, this got third place for this month because nothing else really big came out in that month. So, like it depends. Like sometimes you get a really stiff competitor, like you get somebody who's like really good, and they'll come in and they will blow you out of the water. But that's also like okay, like that feels okay. Like if you make a J cartoon, it took you like a week to do a J cartoon, and then someone else comes in. I'm like trying to think of who would completely annihilate you. Somebody really big who puts in like a ton of effort, has been working on their cartoon for months, and it shows. And they come in, they blow you out of the water. You don't feel bad about it because you're just like, oh yeah, they worked so much harder than I did. This was a fair and honest victory to them. Like you can tip your hat to the people who worked on the better cartoon and just say like, this was the better cartoon.
Right.
And not feel bad. Yeah. It is so much better. I'm still tickled by the fact that when Felix Colgrave released Double King, there was another video that I think got recommended to me, and I don't know why, but it was slapping myself on the face for 10 hours. And I think it was just posted by someone who had like they were like, I don't know, like a game stream, or so it was just something dumb, one of those like really dumb things that YouTube promotes. And the viewership between Felix Colgrave and slapping myself for 10 hours remained neck and neck for years. Like it was just awful. And so the difference, like at least on Newgrounds, when you get annihilated, you're like, all right, there was a quality gap between my work and this guy's work, like for sure. And sometimes too, it's like maybe they're just a better established artist, but that means that they've been at it for a long time and they've developed a following, like they've built up. Like that's okay, that's fine. That's the type of thing you should be losing against, is like reputation, skill, everything else. You shouldn't be losing to slapping myself in the face for 10 hours. Like that should never happen.
Whoa, my guy, you're starting some internet beef. You're ready to have some drama with the slapping myself for 10 hours guy.
He shouldn't win. There's no reason for it. There's no reason for him to dominate Felix Colgrave in viewership. Well, he doesn't really dominate. He didn't dominate, but they shouldn't be on parity. They should not be equal.
I couldn't slap myself for 10 hours. You don't know what it takes, so...
Oh, well, you know what, though? He didn't slap himself for 10 hours. He slapped himself for like 5 seconds and then looped the video.
Well...
It's just a loop of him slapping himself for 5 seconds. It's unreasonable. It's unconscionable is what it is. It's all kinds of unwords.
You wanna? Yeah. You wanna know what's even worse is I remember. I don't know. I am very like stuck in those like 2010 YouTube days. That's how I tend to think it works in my mind. And occasionally, like I'm showing what it's really like, and my world perspective is updated. And it's like even those 2010s, like let's play video games and with a face cam in the corner. It's like a lot of those were higher quality, like than what is on the front page of YouTube nowadays. Like I discovered Moist Critical for the first time recently, and it's like, oh, it's just like a really like boring, unfunny dude talking at the camera. And this guy's got like 2 million viewers who watch all. He's like, all right, guys, Critical here. This is the drama that's going on in the pop culture that every other YouTuber's talking about. I'm gonna say all the same things about it. And he does that for 10 minutes. And it's like, so many more people deserve this attention on the website.
It is worth pointing out, it's not an absolute wasteland. There are some quality animations that do get noticed now. One that I found kind of recently was like a video, an animation called Boyfriend Material. And I This one's actually funny. As I've started, you have to curate your feed, and it can be hard to do because anytime you watch garbage, it will immediately just be like, it'll get rid of anything of quality, and it'll be like, garbage, yes! It's so eager to give you bad quality content. But like, I managed to get it to start doing animations again because I watched some. For some reason, it recommended to me like Eric Schwartz animations, like his really old, gosh, what was it, like Atari animations or something? So Adam Schwartz, he's like the famous like hypersexual furry animator from the past, from ancient history, and. Yeah, it just recommended him to me, and then I was like, okay, because I'd never really seen his animations before, so I watched a couple of those, and then it gave me a few more animations, and a lot of them were kind of like a girl doing stuff, and I'm trying to get it to move away from like animations of girls, but right now that's all it's doing. It's just animations of girls. It's like, do you want to watch another animation about a girl? And so Boyfriend Material featured a girl. It's not really about the. Well, it's kind of about the girl, but anyway, though, I'm trying to get like okay, yeah, animations about girls are okay, but let's see if we can get other things. But that was
Is it Adam or Eric Schwartz?
Eric, I'm pretty sure it's Eric Schwartz.
Well, you said Adam.
Did I say Adam Schwartz? Eric Schwartz. Sorry, said the wrong name. Yeah, Eric Schwartz.
I saw those being recommended too, so you probably like it's just a wave. It's not.
It's not anything.
Just another algorithm thing. Like we're just both in the same pool. I'm not sure if it's curated to you.
You know, that's a weird thing about the algorithm is that me and my friends watch all the same YouTube videos, even if it's like obscure shit with like 50,000 views. Like we are, and we don't like talk about our YouTube, in our real life. But it's just like occasionally when we do, it's like I can just reference stuff and be assured that they have seen it, and vice versa. Even though we're watching like obscure micro celebrities with like 50,000 viewers, like YouTubers who are like working a day job. And it's like
Jorkan points out. Jorkan also has been recommended Eric Schwartz. So I guess we're just doing Eric Schwartz this season.
So, about your friends getting the same thing, what might be happening is that YouTube tracks how you came to watch a video. So if in the past someone would send you a link, YouTube wouldn't know who sent you the link. But if you like repeatedly a certain profile like yours would open a certain video just with a link, YouTube would know it. And if someone of your friends would always watch a video recently, and right then you would click on a link and see the same one, it's probably very likely that it would pull you together and start recommending the same thing. Same with search engine. YouTube can tell if you searched for something, if it got recommended, if you subscribed and then watched it, or if you clicked via link.
Yeah, all right, I gotta head out of here. Gotta get ready for work. Y'all take care. Yeah. Oh damn! I wanna keep talking. I'll keep talking to you while I get dressed. But Greg, I have a question. All right, you said, well, obviously, you are wrong. That is an armor-piercing claw. Tell me mechanically how. How does that claw pierce armor? Is it the pneumatics in the arm? If so, then wouldn't any sharp implement you put on there be an armor-piercing claw?
It's made of unobtainium, the sharpest material known to man. Yeah.
It's pointed.
Stupid. Yeah, stupid. It's made of ultra pointmanium. Stabtanium.
Sharptanium.
Sharptanium claw. It's a sharptanium
you see,
claw.
he drew it glinting. That means it's pointy. Like that's why it's.
You should put that in the game. You should have somebody name drop Sharptanium at some point, and yeah. All right.
Do we have a public Discord? It's sort of public. So we occasionally drop links to it, especially during streams. So if you want to be on the Discord, we do have one. For a long time, I used to be that streams were the way that we got the link out. Like we would during streams, I would just post the link. That I haven't done streams in a long time. Now we're starting to get a bunch of new people again because I'm doing streams again. But yes. Anyway, though, I'm not like. I would like to curate my YouTube feed to give me more interesting animation stuff and things like that. I wish that we could kind of go back to when people were doing series. There are some of those like that. There's one that I've been watching, Bridge Kids, which has gotten a little bit more popular. But there's not a lot of people who do like series. So a lot of what you see now that is getting recommended, it looks like it'll be like a big college project. And those can sometimes be really high quality because it's like, all right, your job for the next month or whatever is to do nothing but make a 5-minute animation, and you're going to be graded on the quality of the animation. So people work really hard on it, and they have a lot of energy being put into it. So it is. They'll be really good, but then that'll be the only thing they do. After that, they find work in the industry, So that is skills, spells.
Well, I think it's gotten better, like in the last year than I'd say like 2 or 3 years ago, where YouTube started like recommending really small YouTubers, like 10 subscribers or something, and like every once in a moon it will actually be good.
I haven't been seeing as many of the small YouTubers. I believe because I have a small child and he has been polluting my feed with like Minecraft recommendations because he's a little guy and he's just like, Dad, let's watch more Minecraft. It is hard to find Minecraft videos I am willing to watch. I'll say that. But there has been a guy named Fingies that I've been following, and Fingies is a crack up for how positively weird he is. What is this? Oh. The lake.
I coded a Minecraft update and added pregnancy, yeah?
Yep, that's Fingies. Good old Fingies.
That sounds like YouTube Kids, like.
Yeah, but it's comical, It's fun. It's fun for perhaps the wrong reasons, but it is fun.
What annoys me most about YouTube isn't the recommended, but the search function. That one doesn't seem to work at all. You can even search by new, and after the 5 results, it will just go back to your recommended. I've remembered a full title of a video, and I still couldn't find it, even though it still existed.
Yeah, search has gotten worse. I hate that now when you do search, the top result is always an advertisement. Like that's a new thing that I don't like very much at all. It's like I don't really want. I wanted to be advertised to, I would be looking up things. But I don't know. This is how they make their money. Alright, we are. This is, oh no, I'm injured. The eye forward a little bit to the white space. Doc says he gets recommended small creators all the time. Yeah, 2-Bit was saying the same thing. Like he gets recommended smaller YouTubers, and I was a little jealous of that. It's like, how you get them? How you doing it? But I do hear that Google is having a bit of a problem with the fact that more and more people are just checking out and not really taking any interest in anything that they're promoting, because people find it frustrating and unrewarding and whatnot. It's nicer to be offline. I personally, I feel like I'm happiest when I have a book to read. It used to be that I was like, man, I don't even need other forms of entertainment. Look at all this stuff I could read. I remember Cracked used to be just phenomenal. There's Cracked. I don't know if anybody else knows Cracked. But yeah, I used to keep up with all kinds of like online stuff, and then that all got kind of annihilated. Cracked was one of the more depressing ones, because I used to follow Cracked pretty avidly. It was just like interesting articles, sort of edutainment. They would do these articles. It'd be like 10 things you didn't know about alligators. They went to pot around when sensationalist content started being started being promoted more than anything else. Because then they started just being like 10 things you didn't know about clickbait, and that was the only thing that they did. Bill is saying that the contrast of having this like dead smile here is yeah, we gotta. I wasn't sure if I wanted to keep the dead smile. One of the jokes is sort of that the eyes are googly. They're not even real eyes. That is still in my mind what it is. But I just wanted to have some clear expressions on the characters.
It's like Spider-Man.
Yeah, like Spider-Man. Like okay, listen, it's not a real eye, but I want to show surprise and anguish and other things, especially in the other characters. For the main character, not so much, because he's the silent protagonist. But for the supporting cast, I for sure wanted them to like be making expressions.
I mean, what's he sad about? Maybe you could recontextualize it as damage. Like,
Well, that's actually what this is. This is the I'm dying pose.
well, see, then it's not his eye being sad. It's actually just broken off. So
Just like have his eye all.
just like the top half has been cut off, and then he just looks sad. It's just googly eye.
And well, it says, I sacrificed my vision for convenience.
Wait, so
Yeah.
do they see through the googly eyes?
I'm not sure. They how do they even see things? It's a good question. Because when I originally came up with this idea, I imagined that they just had like a separate segment on them, like on their body frame, that actually took in like photoreceptor information, and the googly eyes were just put on there to make them feel more approachable and less inhuman. So they couldn't make any other expressions, and I was originally gonna just roll with that of just like, yeah, we can only be smiling robots, but I don't know. It'll be more compelling this way. It'll be people, because you'll get to see their little smiles. They look like they're kind of, everyone tells me that they look kind of cute, and that's good. That's intended. I do want them to be cute.
Is it still called It's a Living?
Yep, still called It's a Living. Because it's all about just doing weird, insane work for a bizarre system that does not necessarily have their best interest at heart, or anyone's best interest at heart, if I may be honest. Let me see, should he be
So
like...
it's again about being screwed over by corporations.
Kinda, sorta. Listen, it is a message that is dear to my heart. Love the theme. What's being drawn? What's being drawn is a robot. Yeah, the premise is that being screwed by the powers that be. I write that plot a lot.
I'm sure one day a big tech company will not screw you over.
Any of these days, yeah.
It's bound to happen just by chance.
Yeah, like one day they'll just do something that will benefit me instead of making me angry. And then I'll be like, am I wrong? Am I too hard on the powerful corporations? It'll be a big day. Big day for everybody. But I don't know. It's a good. It's also a good wellspring for just, conflict. Like, because it's like, what's going on? Well, we're ruled by insane people with more power than us, and we have to work with it. They don't need eyes to see, says Vold. Yeah, they don't need them. The
And
robot looks so
brain.
normal.
Like, how do the brains control the robot? They're not connected to anything. They must be psychic.
The signals go through the brain gel. Look, wires are outdated technology. We just do gel now, just gelatin.
Oh, it's like conductive.
Yeah, conductive gelatin. Okay, next up it looks like is their guard animation. And in this game, we're actually not doing a guard animation, we're doing evasion. So rather than blocking attacks, you are avoiding them. And what does it look like if you... I suppose maybe... Maybe he'll turn over. Let me see. Maybe he'll turn over like this and...
So, does Scout then reduce all damage?
It just raises evasion. So essentially here, what we're gonna get out of it is that's a good hand for this. Is it? Well, maybe it is.
So it's just more likely to miss.
Yeah, it's a little bit more likely to miss, and that by a couple of points, and that is a big enough deal that you would use it. The main reason you would use it is because you won't want to is because you'll be out of energy. And so when you guard, you'll get a little bit of a defensive buff, and then you can just like build up more energy, so you can do more attacks. Thinking about maybe adding in a. No, that's actually not what I want. I need this hand to come forward a little bit. Past the body. There we go. The claw attack was a fist bump. Yes, the original working name for the robot was Friendbot. He's currently Unit 1. That's his latest title. Oops.
I remember like trying out RPG Maker in 2003 or something. And the only games that I liked that I played didn't have any combat. They were just story games. Or like with puzzles. And when I tried like making one and I googled it up, you just had to do this with like some event handler or something. It was to the point it felt more complicated than like actually doing it in a normal game engine.
Yes, it actually is easier, I think, to make like complex puzzles in Unity or something like that. It's true. And I agree with you. Back in the day, one of the games that I liked was called Corporal Buggy Bear. And you might be able to still find it. but that was an RPG Maker XP game, and I just thought it was just fun. It was fun. It was kind of funny, and they just took the default sprites and they just made a bunch of puzzles and silly events and things. And the whole objective at the start of the game was there's a demon, and then your main character is they're like, oh, you gotta stop the demon, and so your guy goes to stop it, and then you get there and it turns out that he's an idiot. So after that, it just becomes about well, how do I get rid of you? And then he's like, well, what I'm really here for is I'm trying to impress a girl. That's why he's trying to conquer humanities, because he's like, yeah. There's a girl demon that I really like, and she doesn't really want to date some lesser demon who doesn't control a realm of his own. And I thought mortals seem pretty vulnerable, so I thought I would conquer you guys. But after getting here, I realized you have all this social structure and stuff, and I would have to figure out how that works. And there's a lot of learning. It was a bigger project than I expected, and I kind of don't want to do it. So. You know what? Actually, the demonic invasion I'm running is canceled now. I quit, and so the character's like, "Oh, hooray! I've won." And then he's like, "When will you be leaving?" He's just like, "Well, I still need to figure out how to win this girl over, though." So then the rest of the game is about, well, not the rest of the game, but then you get to a whole section of the game where the whole point is to find presents for this guy's for the girl he's trying to woo, the demon he's trying to woo. And so you're just going around trying to earn money through all these little mini games so that you can buy a bunch of gifts. And you don't actually have to do the mini games or even buy the gifts or even do anything too helpful. The game will not stop you if you just go and be like, I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. You can just show up at her lair with nothing, totally empty-handed. The results are the same anyway. You always get banished to hell because she's frustrated by you being there at all. And then there's a bunch of puzzles and mini games to get out of hell. And I just thought that was fun. There was no combat, and they were like, "This is one of the selling features. Absolutely no combat." But one of the reasons I think that the RPG Maker games with no combat are some of the more fun ones is because so many people who do RPG Maker games are so bad at combat, at setting up balanced combat. They're just RPGs are too easy. So I'm going to make a game that sucks dicks. And that's my genius plan.
Yeah, I think I always had a personal problem with difficult RPGs, because I couldn't imagine something more frustrating. If an action game is difficult, then yeah, sure, I just have to get better. But if an RPG is too hard and I can't beat the boss, do you want me to grind? Do I have to? Did I make a mistake 2 days ago?
Yeah. There's really nothing you can do, and that's the worst thing about it. There was an RPG Maker that was released for the PlayStation, and I got it. I bought it off of eBay because it was relatively cheap. I don't know how popular it ever was, but it came packaged with its own short little game using all the RPG Maker sprites that were in that, and the whole thing was about why your little guys are little guys and why you should not make them as tough to kill as boss monsters or focus on just trying to make the game difficult for the player. Because it was the player will have more fun if they can progress through the game and see the story you've written, because that's the main appeal of an RPG game. It's not, no one's really playing the RPG games seriously for the combat, not that much.
But they really tried to sell the combat. At least they did in the earlier versions of RPG Maker. It's just Final Fantasy VI, from the design and everything. And you have a level curve. You can you have a graphical interface for designing how much XP gains scale of the whole thing. And I was so confused by like who would use that, who would make such an intricate kind of thing for an RPG Maker game. And I'd reckon that's where like people kind of got the idea, oh, it's about this. It has to be like Final Fantasy, because the combat was the good thing about it.
I mean, the combat was never the good thing about Final Fantasy. That wasn't what was the like, it was fine. I mean, like, it was serviceable, and that was why, like, you could get through it and everything, but it certainly wasn't, in my opinion, the key to what made those games good. I mean, like, the fact you wanted to get through them at all was probably a bigger factor. Like, I feel like if you didn't want to actually complete the game because the story wasn't very interesting, you would never bother being like, gee, I wonder what monsters are gonna be. Because I know there was one or two times I actually, when I was a kid, I used to just run away from all the monster fights, and that led to problems later on where it would be like I'd get to a boss that I couldn't beat very easily, and it would be like, oh no, how do I do this? I mean, I might be in the minority, but I played to see that stuff. Okay, I think on this arm we're going to be able to actually see a little bit of the shoulders, so maybe I'll just kind of do that. And maybe I'll just fudge it, it'll be fine. They're like little. There we go. Cha, cha. Looks combat ready. Final Fantasy IX, you lost. See, I never played Final Fantasy IX. I think I mentioned once, I was like, oh yeah, Final Fantasy IX. I didn't like. I meant Final Fantasy VIII. My friend loaned me like 7. He had 7 and 8, and I played all of 7. I could see the appeal of 7. But then 8 was just kind of like, I don't really. It's hard to recommend an Eroge game to people. Okay, so we got 28 guard. I guess we'll just call it guard, because that is what the frames are. I'm gonna have to go back and do all of this again for every other character. Originally, one of the things that I did was I made the FriendBot rig, and all the other characters were just the same robot fundamentally, but they were different colors with like very mild variations, like really easy variations. But I think that I am gonna go ahead and do unique sprites for all the different characters. And so at some point here, once I'm done with FriendBot, we're gonna do some concept art, and they're not going to be wildly different, but I just want them to be like, this is built on a slightly different frames with maybe like slightly different looks. So they're all a little bit more unique. So they'll still kind of be like walking toilet bowls a bit, but different type. I was thinking about one of them. One of them was supposed to be like an older guy, and I just had like facial hair stuck on him. But now I'm kind of thinking about like, what if I took a cow pusher, like a cattle one of those like cattle pushers from a train, and I made that look like facial hair. Put that on his face. Maybe that would be cool. I don't know. I have to draw it and see how it looks, but that might be cool. Okay, so there's guard, and then we've got skill, and the skill use we already have. That was the gun firing, so we did that earlier. Oop. There we go. And what did I name that? Gunfire. Good, and I did the math on that right because I had it. Like the expression on his face here, it just looks to me not like I'm angry or I'm seriously gonna mess you up. It just kind of looks like a child throwing a tantrum at someone throwing a toy. Like, I'm gonna shoot you. We'll see what happens as a result of that. Pew. Meh. The claw will look a lot more dramatic and exciting, but the gun is really just like, meh. Very nonchalant. Okay, that's skills, and then now we're supposed to have an abnormal status is the next one. Okay, so abnormal status, I think we can do the left facing. I want to have to do 3 more rigs from scratch is what I mean, yeah. Yes, that is fundamentally what I mean. It could be, like, I could just keep the main body and draw it out, but I don't know. We'll do some concept work, see how it feels. Because the thing about the robots is them having different shapes. It could change. It would only be worth it if you get a different silhouette that the player can genuinely make out, given the size of the sprites. So it's hard to say, but it would be kind of nice to have a little bit more difference between the main characters than just their colors, because they get like some attribute bonuses for being different people, and it's going to be a point of fact that, like, for example, the character Ollie is using like a really outdated body frame, and it's going to be commented on. So it would be nice if they'd be like, oh, that's an outdated body frame and it doesn't look identical to the other ones. It would be nice to have a jetpack. I mean, I could put a jetpack on Zeke. He's supposed to be the technical one. He's your repair guy. So who knows? Maybe a jetpack. But what is Ray's dating life if she even has one? In Banana Republic, the Banana Republic series, I had an idea that Ray's last romantic entanglement ended in catastrophe. I went through a couple ideas, and one idea was that she, her boyfriend came to visit her at the gas station, and then he got really frisky. He got frisky with her, but then slipped and like hit his head, and then she called like an ambulance, and they were like, why are his pants down? And then the police got involved, and then he got arrested for like indecent exposure, and it was all very traumatic. So she hasn't really dated ever since. And I kind of ran that by Petarap, and he was like, that might suck too much. I don't know. But I was just like, yeah, I don't know. I kind of want to have like, she just doesn't date much. And if you ask, it's like she's got a really good reason, but I don't know if we were going to go into that. Actually, let's tip down a little bit further. Gist of it is she doesn't have a dating life. That's the bottom line. That's where we're at with it.
so many horny games that are actually really, really good. Any recommendations, Greg?
Horny games that are good? I don't play. I don't play any those types of things. You can be my boyfriend, but you have to promise not to hit your head and die in a public space. It's really uncomfortable. Yeah, the last time I played any horny games was Newgrounds, the Newgrounds era.
I mean, I do, actually, but they're usually not good games.
Just
But-
yeah.
Like, one thing that is always funny if I notice it, but some games you can play with one hand, which is...
They go out they go out of the way to help you out.
Yeah, right. Like, you can only play it with keyboard or just with your mouse, and it's like, okay, they understand, they are thinking about this game. And like, some others are just 2 hours of story, and then there's like a horny scene. It's like, if you like the story, those scenes are kind of in the way, and the story is not that good. And if you're like only there for the horny stuff, then the story is in the way. And it's like, I don't really like any of them, but I think about if someone, who are you catering to? That's kind of an interesting thing to analyze. Or if they have a gallery, right? You go through the game and then you unlock stuff that you can watch later.
To be honest, why even have the game? Just have the gallery. Like, okay, actually, I've just this is basically in a roundabout way. I'm just paying for pornography directly.
That is true, but yeah, that's a really good question. Maybe there's like a survey about that. Someone will know.
Oops. Okay, we want the gun to kind of be. Okay, sort of swing the arms forward a little bit. Come back a little. Chicken legs. I'm starting to get used to the chicken legs.
If you redraw different characters, can you reuse like the skeleton and just redo the parts? Because the main body is just static, right? You could like use the pose.
Yeah, there's tricks that I could do. It just depends on like how much time I want to save myself and how much, like. It's I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know how, because if I do unique rigs, it is more work up front, but then so much of the game is just going to be using the, those animations that I create. Like, there's okay, so there's a couple of days of like rig creating. Like, let's say we've been working on this for maybe a week, or if we even do like 2 weeks, then That would be, I guess about a month and a half maybe for every character to get every character done. But then after that, it's kind of like, well, they're all mostly done as far as the animation goes. I suppose we would want to do other animations, but one of the nice things is that I mean, I do want to do unique animations regardless. So, like for example, Hadley's supposed to be a lady, or she's gonna be like an artist, and she's one of the last employed people in the known world because she does art for Mr. Tikrin, the company owner. And so I was kind of thinking about having like, oh well, her victory pose can be she blows kisses or does something flamboyant or something like that. She's an artist and a lady. Blowing kisses is a very, very what can I say? It's almost a trope for like a JRPG sort of thing, but it's characterful, which is why it is a trope. And just everybody having their own unique little animations that they do is kind of good. The original game actually, or the original Unity project, everybody had slightly unique art assets. So like they all had different defense assets. Like when they would go to defense, you would get like a shield that would pop up, and everybody had a unique shield. And so I don't know. The individuality is important. It's better defining for them to have this stuff. So I don't know. Yeah, it's more work, but like overall, are we benefiting from it? I feel like we are. It's not too much more work. Call this ailment, I guess. That's why I feel like, I mean, the players do notice stuff like that. Like if I reuse all the assets, then they, maybe they don't think about it. But if everybody's got their own unique, whoops, didn't change the frame. If everybody's got their own unique stuff, then then the players will notice it.
Yeah, unless it takes too long, then they're gonna be really angry about it.
Well, I mean, if it's like it never comes out, then yes, they could be mad about that. They'd be like, when is this?
No, I meant like a really long victory animation or something, because like, they have to see it.
Oh,
that happens every time, and if someone is like really proud of something, and you're just kind of sick of seeing it.
Oh no, well that's the advantage of RPG Maker MZ, is that it really locks you into a lot of things. So we can talk about scope creep, but it gives us 3 frames and it's animated on 3s. And if I want to change that, I gotta go into the files and I gotta change it. And I don't want to do that. That's why I'm using RPG Maker MZ, is to reduce the amount of programming I have to do. Because I learned through the Unity stuff, I could program it myself, but it would take a while. And all I really want is to make an RPG anyway. So, I don't know. I might regret doing this instead of Unity when I get into like, I want to make a mini game. Because then we get back to that like, okay, this really sucks. But at least for the basics of setting up, like, here we go.
I mean, for Unity or Godot, I would imagine there are like resources for making an RPG. Like, someone had to have done it before. It's like kind of the first thing you think of.
The wrong thing here. Let me see. It's condition. Oh, the hurt animation. I've been looking forward to the hurt animation. So I want to draw a little teardrop on my robot. If I really wanted to save time, RPG Maker has been, like I've mentioned this before, but RPG Maker is actually seems a little bit set against the side view battlers. They did that back in RPG Maker 2003, which you said that you played that, so you might remember that. That was the default for 2003. And then they dropped it, and they stayed away from it for 20 some odd years. And they brought it back for MZ, and this is another reason why I'm willing to work with the MZ, because it's like, aha, they brought back the thing I liked. Which is the thing I like takes a lot of work. Because you have to do it, you have to do all these animations. You know what, I like animations, guys. I don't know if you know this. But the idea of doing a bunch of animations appeals to me. Okay, I need to fix up the shadows on that because that's a little too egregious. Alright, or we just get out the freaking eraser.
Didn't you only start animating like out of necessity because of copyright?
Yeah, but doesn't mean I didn't enjoy it. I would have kept at it. I mean, I've always liked animations and stuff. I never would have kept doing it if I didn't enjoy it. I would have been like, man, this sucks. Because you know, it does suck. Talk about enjoying it, but let me tell you, animation kind of sucks. It's so much work. And everyone's like, it's too expensive, because it is. It costs a ton.
Yeah, don't they, like some pony animators always put a message, don't do animation, kids, at the end.
Don't do it. Don't get sucked into it. Yeah, it's not worth it. Well, I mean, it is worth it. That's why I do it. But it's definitely not worth it to everybody.
Animating, not even once. Like animation, PSA.
Yeah, don't animate. Those of you watching at home, don't do it.
Is your child doing animation?
Once you start, you can't stop. You'll just think about.
You just think you might have a career.
Yeah. Art's one of those really funny things where I feel like you can recommend like, oh, don't get into it and everything like that, or even, but like people who are gonna do art legitimately, they're gonna do it regardless. You pretty much can't stop them. It's like a brain problem, you know. You just kind of get stuck doing it. You can't put it down. If it weren't, you know, I guarantee fewer people would ever get into it. Just the amount of time and effort and everything. It's like, oh gosh, I gotta learn human anatomy. I gotta learn like where all the muscles are.
I mean, you can't stop willingly, but I think a lot of people just stop doing art and are like, oh, I should get back into it. You know? Could animate more. So whichever you don't want to do is the one you end up doing.
I mean, even people who get kind of tired of aspects of it, I feel like you find places to still do your art anyway. Just because it's like, I mean, I don't know, it's all about expression and like thinking of ways to say things and convey emotions, and that is, it's a lot of fun. Dog, I'll try to quit, but I'll stop when I'm dead, he says. But the other thing, though, is I feel like if you've got the personality to kind of get into artwork and animation and stuff like that, that there's a lot of it's very cathartic to sit down and just like spend a lot of time working on something like this. I mean, this is why you get so many artists who are like, well, what do you do in your free time? And they're like, I like to draw. And it's like, isn't that what you do for work? And it's like, yeah. It's like, do you have other hobbies? It's like, you know, drawing requires a lot of time and attention. I don't, you don't need other hobbies. This is it. So yes, don't do animation, kids. You'll never put it down. It'll take you forever to do everything. And the worst case scenario is that you enjoy it, because then you can't stop.
You still have a mustache?
Yes, I do. It's where I store my fatherly powers. Without my mustache, I would lose the ability to control my child.
Really? You didn't like shave it to make him cry and make a video of it like many parents do?
No. My wife has suggested I do that, but no. I don't want to do that. My mustache is the source of my powers. I'm not going to give it up for just to make my child cry. He's a good kid. Doesn't need to be traumatized like that.
Well, you usually do it before they can like talk fully, so
That's
you don't
even
know.
worse.
He might deserve it in the future, like.
He might be really bratty in the future.
Yeah, right. So you like punish him before he does something.
This is preemptively, yes. That's the best parenting, is to make sure that your child gets punished for things that they might theoretically do before they do them.
Yeah,
Teaches-
and if they see that they're gonna be punished no matter what, then they're gonna act out, especially. And so you're just gonna go ahead and like, see, I was right.
You see, this whole time, you're
I
like, why does Dad punish me for no reason? It's like, I knew you were gonna do this stuff.
I treated you like a bad like a bad kid, and now look at you.
And now look, you are one. Tried to tell me I was wrong. All the parenting books said not to do this, and look who's laughing now. Yeah. One reason I kind of quit doing many personal update videos on things was because I don't know. I realized I kind of didn't want to like decide for my kid that he was going to be online before he could even really communicate at all. Because, like, what if I do all that stuff? Like, I remember people talking about, like, this would be the first generation where, like, people's whole childhoods would be, like, public because they're just online all the time. And I thought about that. Somebody said that to me, and I was just like, I don't know if I really want that for my own child.
Yeah, it's bad enough that like in school some kid will walk up to me like, your dad does pony videos, dude.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll tease him about that. That would require me to be popular enough among the kids that they recognize me, and I don't think.
No, Greg, I'm sure you're popular enough to like you try to get made fun of a little bit.
Maybe. Gosh, I hope not. He'd be mad at me. Like, why do you do this, Dad? And I'd be like, it's not like I wasn't
It was a
talking to
different time. It's like you don't understand.
you weren't alive then.
Well, no, you did make a pony video, 2 of them, while he was alive. So.
Oh right, yeah. I guess I don't have that excuse, I suppose. Where am I with this here? Okay. And then we'll bring this up here. I want to come forward with the foot a little bit as he moves forward. The one I wonder about is there's a kid at our school that he looks just like Ryan from Ryan's Toy Reviews, and it always makes me think, I wonder what like that, because Ryan from Ryan Toys Reviews has got to be like 9 or 8 or 10 or 12 or something, with some kind of age. He's not still a little baby kid anymore, but his face is plastered like all over Target and everything else. So what's that like for him?
I mean, is he American? Does he go to school?
Oh yeah, I guess he might. Maybe he doesn't go to school. Maybe he's got it. Maybe he goes to private school. But even then, I feel like being Ryan Toy Review has got to be a source of bullying. You know, it doesn't feel like something that you that would be consequence free or anything like that. He's 12. So he's almost at that age. Like once you get to 13, that's when you're going to be That is the age that. You know, kids are gonna start making fun. Like middle school is gonna be kind of where it gets bad, I think.
Well, he's still doing YouTube, and they kind of looks like they changed to skits stuff, and it's a bit more self-aware. He can probably spin it as I have 30 million subscribers. Shut up.
I mean, maybe. Let's see what I want to do with this. Maybe the eye should be bigger, for one thing. Put this down. Volt says that everyone wanted to hear way more about my house and the mold more than my kid. So the mold is pretty much taken care of, finally. Like, gosh, that was a whole saga. But I think that we still have a bit of a dust mite problem. And we've taken out, like, all the carpets and everything else. And I'm pretty sure that then what that led to is the dust mites have all moved into, like, upholstery and bedding and everything else. And it's been really hard to keep them under control. We did like air vent cleaning and everything else. It might also be that maybe my allergies to dust mites have gotten a lot worse, but where there is mold, there are dust mites, because dust mites will eat mold. So I'm pretty sure that we still have some allergy trouble to deal with. I think that ought to be smaller because we're gonna fade away from it. No, actually, that's not how that. I don't think that's the trajectory it would take. Let me see. And then over here. Probably something more like that. There we go. A little tear gets knocked out of him. There we go. Maybe the smile's not the expression we want. We want like a grimace. Fighting a war with ants. Yes, ants are tough to get rid of. You got like carpenter ants or just little sugar ants? Because I mean, like even little sugar ants can be tough, but. There's an interview with the Ryan to interview kid. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom here and be right back. Oh, because they bite. Are they little red ones? Like fire ants? We have those in this area too. They're all in your closet and all over the clothes. Okay. Well, I mean, ants are such interesting animals because they're like they build all these structures, and so people tend to think of them as maybe having some kind of intentional purpose for doing things, but they're completely emergent in terms of like why do they do things. So they don't actually have like a really strict logic that they're following. Like if they just find food somewhere, they emit food pheromones, and then they go and they find the other ants go and find the food, and then they bring it back and they feed the babies, and it's like there's no planning, there's no hierarchical system or anything like that. Like the queen is not actually a queen. Oh, the electrical. I think that I've read that they really like the electrical outlets because they're just warm. So they like to get in there because it's like, oh, a warm space. I feel like the lines here might be a little thin compared to how a lot of it's done. We must embody ants more. No, well, it's stuff like that's why they can get into those death spirals where they just get trapped following one other, like they get in a spiral of ants that they can't escape from. Because their systems, I mean, their brains are just like, all right, we're going in a circle. And that's that works for them. That's logical to them. Yeah, ants will get in your computer and they'll chew up the electronics and stuff because like the rubber is really soft as well, and so they're just like, oh, this is so easy to destroy, and they will. They'll destroy your stuff. It's one of my nightmares. Yeah, every ant in the death spiral is having a grand time. They're just like, we're doing it. We're doing ant stuff. Yeah.
I mean, how would you know they're happy? Like,
They're following.
humans like work jobs and you can observe mass behavior, but they aren't happy.
Maybe like a counter my argument here is that humans are not happy. So
Yeah, I mean, you could make point that humans already are like ants in a death spiral. Haha.
I suppose you could argue that. A massive wasp issue, because why not? Okay, so it looks like the next one is going to be the claw attack. So I think I'll take I'll have him like turn all the way over for that one. Boop. It's gonna be lunchtime really soon. Okay, and for this one, I think what I want to do is we're gonna have, is that too big? It's a little big. I'll erase those lines later. Okay, we're a bit sloppy with that, but and the trick here is how am I going to here, we'll adjust that a little bit. Is that too thin? I want to do this because their arms are a little bit awkward. So if this were going to be like a hook, like a left hook, I want this to be curved this way. And I would kind of have the arm fold over the face a little bit, if I can, to give it as much motion as possible. Because I just want it to look like a really big swing. There's a Neil Cicierega song called "Spiral of Ants," and it's a fun song. You don't remember where you came from in the spiral of ants. You don't remember where you're going in the spiral of ants. You don't remember knowing you are one ant. Neil Cicierega is an interesting guy. I like following his career. He started off, I feel like, not a very good vocalist, but really grew into it over time through practice. And I gotta appreciate the fact that he did. Just because he was out there, putting himself out there, with or without the ability, and then developed ability over time. It's the only way to do it.
Greg, after your last pony video, you said that you're not a communist. Why not?
Why not? Because it's authoritarian. The only real way that you're going to get that like central planning system is by giving somebody way more power than they should have. And you know, I do a lot of themes that are like anti-corporate and anti, like, oh, this power, this person has too much power over me and everything like that. I don't, they're kind of anti-authoritarian themes more than anything else. And so that's, you can't really endorse communism if you don't really like giving someone tons and tons of authority. Because there's no way for them to centrally plan the entire economy unless you're just like, all right, you're in control of the whole economy. But, you have to take power away from people. You have to control how much power they get, because I don't think there's like any situation where somebody doesn't abuse it and make a lot of issues.
So, smaller communistic city-states is what you're saying.
I mean, look, if your community is just you and Frank and nobody else, and you guys are like, I think Frank should be in charge, then far be it for me to tell you what you can and cannot do with your tiny little community. But in terms of like a large-scale country thing, for sure, I don't think that giving Frank total control over everything is going to result in anything aside from Frank finding that he needs to have all the resources. It could be like, I know the most efficient way to allocate the resources. Frank gets all of them.
I mean, you can prove that it's not the best way. Like,
Well, I mean, not all at once and not immediately can you not prove it, but over time, you're certainly.
Frank, we trust.
In Frank we trust. He would never steer us wrong. Frank's a good dude.
No, I mean, in ancient Greece, they had I think in Athens, they had a system of drawing lots.
Yeah, I've heard that.
So you just, even if you're part of a faction or something, sooner or later someone will come to power who either doesn't have the backing to make the smaller populace angry, or they're just generally good-natured. So at one point your term will be over, and if you didn't do a good job, whatever group you belong to will get screwed over by the guy after because they're mad.
There you go. Perfect functioning system.
Yeah, democracy solved. I mean, it kind of makes sense because, at least in stories or something, the best type of leader is someone who really doesn't want to lead. And drawing lots is kind of a good way to get someone who doesn't want the job.
I suppose, but then what happens if you really, really need someone with a clear vision for the job?
I mean, you can still limit the pool. Oh, you want to work in government or in finance or something. And certain positions you can only get into if you accept that you might get to become president.
You have to accept the drawback of power, of having power.
I mean, and if everything's so politicized and divisive as it is today, you're gonna really make sure that you're not gonna mess up, because people are angrier than ever before, so you have a lot more incentive to do things correctly. It's just, if it has to be horrible for someone, why not the person in power?
That is the person who deserves to suffer most. If anyone should suffer from the consequences of the person in power, it should be the person in power. go. Someone make as we made Tal Zeratul angry. We've mentioned politics.
Yeah, but political theory. Like we didn't talk about real politics.
No actual politics were harmed in the making of this conversation.
Exactly. I don't even know what's going on in America. I'm European. I'm innocent.
That's what all the Europeans say. I've heard this nonsense before. This claim of innocence.
Really, you've heard a European person say, I'm European. I'm not political.
I have no politics. As a European, I don't understand. I've heard Europeans say that they don't understand American politics before. That's for sure something I've heard.
But yeah, I think it's mostly the two-party thing.
Here's the trick. The two parties have decided that's how it's going to work, and that's why we have that system. So, yeah, a lot of people criticize the two-party system because it does have quite a few drawbacks, but it really is genuinely like, oh, if we change the system though, then maybe I won't get elected this season, and they really don't like that. So there have been some efforts to switch over to a ranked choice voting system, and that has been met with such an insane amount of resistance because they just don't like it.
I mean, it wouldn't be to their benefit. It's clearly.
No, yeah, there's a strong push from people with political power not to change the system as it is. Because I mean, the other thing is like you kind of get into we've got the Electoral College, and there's a lot of the things that really benefit certain politicians are things that are not actually very democratic, and so because it's all systemic, they can kind of get into it a little easier and be like, oh, technically speaking, I'm allowed to do this, and it helps them win because they don't have to work with what's popular. They work with these systemic things, and it's it's gaming. They're gaming the whole political thing, but gaming politics is a lot easier than developing a coalition of people who agree with each other. Because getting humans to agree on stuff is super hard. So they kind of don't. They don't like that. That's for dummies. Europeans are very outspoken about politics.
About American politics.
Yeah, Canadians too. Actually, if the Canadians will talk a lot about American politics and everything, but they are our neighbors, so that kind of makes sense.
I mean, the US has a lot of influence everywhere, so it's not really weird.
Yeah, it's not. Lex says, you usually discuss the big lad who has control over everybody, whether you like it or not. Like, what's he gonna do today? What's his opinion?
I remember one of your personal times with Greg, where you said, "How can you not be cynical about your own party?"
Yeah, I still don't really relate to people who are excited about their politician. Like, I understand like cautious optimism and things like that. I do not understand excitement for politics. To be like, I'm so jazzed to be here. Like, why?
Yeah, I feel that. I think that's maybe even a global thing. It's like, it was more like, oh, my party sucks, but it's still the best thing we have, instead of,
Yeah, I mean, like politics. It's really funny where they're just like there was 60% agreement on how we should do something, which was a record set. Like, we've never had 60% agreement before. Like, it's really funny when you see that kind of stuff and like you realize how rare it is for like just a lot of the country, like a firm majority of a country to be like, yeah, this is something we can all get behind. There are things, but then it's like, those are the ones that are really funny because it'll be like, 70% of the country agrees that there should be less money in politics, and then those will be the things that we just never, we just cannot get, because it's like, well, all we have to do is get the politicians to agree on that, and then we'll be golden. And they're just like, I don't know, we'll shelve that idea. We'll come back to that. Like, I don't know, we'll think about it. I don't really see any strong impetus right now.
no, Greg, you don't understand. If we are not rich, we're just more prone to get bribed.
Just we're gonna be more vulnerable to it.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, you went to school in the US. How much do you get taught about politics in school?
Less than one might hope. We do have like civics types of courses, but in my experience, the way it worked was kind of like, as a small child, you learn about the American Civil War about 100,000 times, and then you do like a brief stint of world history, and that's kind of it. I don't know. I feel like I didn't get like a really great education on what was going on with like world politics and stuff. Probably varies depending on where you are, though. Like there's different districts and like I was young when No Child Left Behind was becoming a thing, so that was kind of when they started to do standardized testing on specific like expected subjects and everything. Before that, you did get a little bit more disparity and leeway as to what was being taught. So that was roughly when I was in school that I think that they introduced that. Might be wrong. An entire class about American government. Got European things to focus on. Yeah, there's always that, isn't there? always be the European things as well.
I mean, I'm from Germany, and from what I know, most of the schools have like a speed run of world history, like until the 9th grade, and then it's all about World War II.
Oh, it's funny. World War that was kind of how it was. It was American history was the big thing that we did a lot of. Like the American Civil War was a very big subject. And then that was kind of and then we just did World War II, and that was it. So similar. I guess it's similar in Germany.
Yeah, but like the longest period was dedicated to World War II, like, which makes sense in a way.
Oh, we focus the American Civil War, American Revolution, American Civil War. That's where I spent like all of my education. We did that every single year, and it was always funny because I grew up in the Midwest. I grew up in Kansas, and so during the American Civil War, the Kansas-Missouri divide was a really big deal, and they would always bring it up and then not discuss it anymore, because. They would just be like, yeah, Missouri and Kansas really disagreed quite a lot on a couple of subjects, and then they kind of like, and they're like, and anyway, they fought a lot and that was bad, but anyway, moving on, and then they just kind of drop it. And as an adult, you know, it's like it's kind of funnier to think about how they did that, because it was like, well, you know, we don't really want to stir up too much bad blood or debate because Missouri's like our neighbor and we're not really fighting with them anymore. So we sort of dropped it, but just so you know, for a little while, we were crossing the border and shooting each other. That was something we did for just a bit. We're all done there. We're all done with that now, though. So don't think that's still a thing. I wonder if I had to like draw the claw. Maybe I should just for this one frame. Have the claws sticking up a little bit.
I mean, you know those street interview videos, and I always assume they're probably like either staged or they just ask people for hours until they finally find someone who's like dumb enough to put in the video. But I saw one from Japan where they would like show them the German Nazi flag with the swastika on it. They would like ask, what do you think the symbol means? And only the old people would actually know, which I found very interesting, because it kind of suggested Japan doesn't really talk all that much about its involvement in the Second World War.
I guess not. They were like, yeah, some stuff happened. Don't worry about it, though. It was fine. This is in the past.
Yeah. Like, something happens, and then we made a lot of electronics.
Well, you know, what are you gonna do? Ask people to flagellate themselves over their past too much. You gotta listen. This is for the kids. You gotta tell the little kids especially. I think that was probably the big thing, was that it was because we were little. Like, we were learning about this in grade school, elementary, and so we get to like Bleeding Kansas, and they'd be like, Bleeding Kansas. Anyway, moving on, because they didn't really want to get into like the Missouri and Kansas people. They would just come over, because at the time they were voting as to whether or not they should be a slave state or a free state, and it's already really over the head of most kids to get into like why. because what they'll talk about is the ethics of it, and they'll be like, slavery was unethical, and like it was, but that's just like the easiest thing that the kids can understand. The reason why the North got really upset with the South over slavery was there's all kinds of like economic debate, like as to whether or not this was good for the economy. You know, you couldn't compete unless you were a slaver in the economy, and that was bad. And so like if you read like essays written by Union commanders and stuff like that about the war, they would be like ranting mad about how I'm fighting my own countrymen just to keep some stupid southern plantation owner wealthy because he doesn't want to give up his slave advantage. And you know, they didn't really care about the ethics of slavery. So like for them it was like unethical because they were like, oh, it's financially bad. So there was this, you know, I don't know, the conflict was so much more complicated than they teach when you're a little kid. But then once you're old enough that you could understand that, they just move on to more global politics. So you know, they're like, okay, and anyway, World War II. Lunch calls. It is lunchtime. It is past my usual lunchtime.
I mean, we did have English history in English class and American stuff. So we did learn about the World War. About the Civil War.
About the American Civil War.
Yeah, but they never went into detail, even though it was like 10th grade.
Well, part of the problem with the American Civil War is that you'll get the differing perspectives, because the Confederates, you know, they talk about it in terms of like, oh, it was all about the right of the state to decide, you know, what's best for everybody else, and we decided, and we had a policy that we were following, and the North was wrong to stop us, and the education that you'll get on what things are called will change depending on what state you learn it in. So, for example, if you live in a southern state, like Kansas, I grew up in Kansas, and so Kansas was a northern state, and so I was taught that there was like a battle between the Monitor and the Merrimack, but because the North and South weren't really communicating then, they each developed their own names for different things. So they wasn't called the Monitor and the Merrimack by the South. It was a completely there were two different ship names, and so for them the battles are different. So you will be taught like, oh, this is the Battle of so and so, and this is the Battle of so and so, and it's the same location, the same event, but with different names. And you'll on a bunch of different subtleties, like the economic conflict or Bleeding Kansas, you will get different perspectives taught depending on whether or not you're in a northern or southern state. Because I mean, after all, it was an entire war, and it wasn't like, you know, the South was eradicated or anything like that. The South lost the war, but then it was kind of like, okay, now we're reunited again. So it's really interesting, the American Civil War, and how, like, I'm not surprised in Europe that you would really just kind of get like okay, so this is the broad overview, because if you tried to get information directly from American sources, you're going to get two conflicting stories that you know, people to this day will still kind of fight you on which is the correct perspective to have, because I don't know, that it never, like, people still take pride in kind of their location and the state they're from and everything else. So it's like an interesting bit of American culture.
Well, I don't think it's because it's too complicated. They just kind of speech run it like, oh, there was this American Civil War, and then, by the way, LGBT people in America, am I right? It actually had like a lesson unit like that. It felt a little weird.
They had a unit on like gay
On-
rights in America, or
Yeah, well, not gay rights, just the gay movement in America. Like that they had this kind of name LGBTQ plus and how it changed. It was like a short unit, but it felt really weird to get this presented as an American thing because like well, gay people exist here too.
I think there was. I don't know much about the gay scene because I mean I was it was before my time.
No, it was
But
just
there-
that they exist. Like she didn't talk about AIDS or anything like interesting.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say there's like a whole. I mean, like there's the. I mean, you've heard the friend of Dorothy thing, right?
Yeah, if you're a friend of Dorothy, it means that you.
It just means you're gay. But the FBI didn't know that, and so they were like trying to track down Dorothy. Like they thought that they were on. They were gonna we're gonna figure out who Dorothy is, and we're gonna break open the gay ring, the gay crime ring, and they didn't. Yeah. So there's all kinds of like really interesting and amusing like stuff about that. I don't know if you could do like a whole semester course on it, but there's definitely lots of interesting culture around it.
I mean, we would just have English class, and the teacher, or more or less the school, would decide what will be taught when and how long. We didn't have courses to choose from. It's just so now we have English, and now the book says LGBT people. And what was most interesting, because I think that's the reason, is you will have kids with very different levels of English. Like some would just be complete internet addicts and speak fluently. Like they just learned from CS:GO. I think that's
Learned
a
from
story
CS:GO.
PewDiePie told. Like one day he just talked English, and his mom was like, "When did that happen?"
How did you
And
learn
like
English?
some other kids who like were normal and had a social life, they wouldn't know anything. And so you'd get to situations where in grade 9 it was like September 11th, and the teacher just walked in, "Hey guys, you know about 9/11?" And some of the kids would be like, "No, we don't." So it's just kind of very amusing. And I'm studying to be an English teacher, and I'm very excited about that because I might not even have a job.
Oh, fun! That's the best career.
Like just, I mean, I probably will have, because Germany is kind of slow with things like that, but this, I might not have much to do because like 90% of the kids are gonna be more or less fluent.
Just from CS:GO.
Yeah, just from CS:GO. Like Minecraft Let's Plays and
That's great. I
I mean, I'm gonna tell them to watch Greg's your videos. Like, that's how I learned it. So.
I dated a girl from Europe for a while, and one of the more amusing things about that, just related to language, she was already a fluent speaker, but she had been taught kind of in the more classical, like the Queen's English. You know, like you want to speak with a British accent.
Received pronunciation, right?
Yeah.
Like RP.
Yeah, but because she wound up speaking to Americans all the time, she was always like on American servers and speaking to me. She began to develop an American accent, and so then her English was, instead of having the British accent, it was just always like the American, like the harder A's, and not only that, I'm not really bad, so I'm not like Deep South or anything like that, but I am still Midwestern, so I'm pretty sure she wound up picking up even some of the little bit of the Midwestern like, I don't know, colloquialisms, just because I use them all the time, and so it's just like who do you talk to, and that's who you'll pick up language from. So the idea of like kids learning language from the internet rather than from like a teacher is pretty amusing, because it probably leads to better fluency, but then you'll get to see like where are they learning it from. Probably like from CSGO, it'd probably be more likely to be like a lot of Americans, I guess, depending on the hours you play.
Well, I say CS:GO, but honestly, it used to be that most people speak Russian if you played CS:GO, and now in CS2 it's Turkish people. At least if you queue in Germany. I don't know what that's about, but just from online games in general, like or movies, TVs, internet piracy is easier in English. I had a phonetics class this semester, and there is apparently like a shift in the idea of what accent you're meant to be taught, because no one really speaks RP. Like if you speak the Queen's English, even in England, people will either think you're posh or you're an idiot. No one talks like that. Like no actual person. So the new directive is kind of teach the accent you best know, or just be knowledgeable about different accents. It's at least it's more valuable if you're sure about what you're speaking like. And I also never had a teacher exactly correct us to be British. So I guess the change already took fruit when I was still going to school. I remember they had a rule in vocabulary tests and essays. If we could always do either the American or the English spelling. It didn't matter to them, which like a few years earlier, like 10 years before I went to school, was not the norm. So they have gotten like a lot better about that. I think most English speakers in the world aren't actually inner circle English speaker, it's called. So there's like a lot more like Indian, Nigerian. They all have adopted a form of English or a Creole. So at least in linguist circles, they're like, oh, can we even call that the proper English? In America already exceeded the British population. So if you want to be practical, and if the school wants to be practical, what's even the point in teaching you the Queen's English? You're not gonna understand Scottish people any better. And
like the Queen's happy about it. It's her English. She worked really hard on it, and
she's not gonna be happy anymore.
Well, no more. Yeah, it's because people quit talking the Queen's English. It was keeping her alive. Knowing.
Yeah, maybe that's how it happens. Like people just stop talking her language.
It's like fairies. You had to clap your hands and speak the Queen's English, or otherwise she dies. That's how we lost her. It's our fault. Static in the eyes. There we go. That's sleep. If you get put to sleep, you just get static in the eyes. I like that effect. That's a good effect. That's solid there. Happy with that.
So the eyes are TV screens. Like.
Yeah, I suppose they are now. They were just Google eyes, but I guess if I'm gonna put a TV screen on them, then yeah, they're projecting eyeballs. I mean, it just clearly establishes that you are. I do. You go to sleep with the smile on your face, too. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to use the sleep effect in the game. I might just use it as sleep normally is. But man, it is past lunchtime here. Haven't wanted to stop working, but I should so I can go eat. So I'm gonna go get some food. We'll be back in about 30 minutes.
Goodbye.
Okay. You're in here as a robot. I'm quiet because I still got like a few minutes here. I'm just looking at my YouTube stuff. Put up a new episode of Dungeon Men, and somebody was just talking about how in their, I guess I'll just close this because we're done. Anyway, though, in their role-playing games, they get into they can't do inter-party conflict because the players will actually attack their real-life counterparts, and it doesn't work out well. I've experienced that.
Am I still a robot?
I mean, like, it sounds like you're talking through like an old walkie-talkie. It's not great.
I don't know. Is this any better?
Yeah, that's better.
All right. Oh, I was going to say yes. The only, it's really
Well,
hard
okay.
to,
Hold on. You sounded better, but now you're just like an actual robot, as opposed to being like a tin can. Now you're just breaking up really bad. Yeah. Sounds awful.
You know, I'm gonna believe it for you.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't. It's nice to have people in the chat, but I'll also mumble to myself while working. I can talk to myself.
Yeah.
It's not as exciting, but you know.
I do like it when you're talking with the chat because you can kind of you express very well via monologues. You monologue very well, so if somebody gets you going with an interesting topic, it's nice to hear you talk. But
Well,
oh yes, but what I was going to say, the only role-playing game that I have ever really been in my real life was exactly like that. It was insane how immature these grown adults were and how they could, like, all this stuff you do with, like, the, you know, like playing a character. What would my character do? You know, like, I don't care if something happens to my, like, that is unfathomable to them. Like, I tried to explain the things and they just, like, literally could not grasp the concept. Yeah.
well, you know, it can be hard to get people to just accept that, like, okay, don't worry about it. You're not you know, this stuff that's happening to you in character is part of the fun. There's like a losing is fun mentality, which is like, some people want to play role-playing games for the power fantasy, and as soon as you start saying, like, yeah, losing is fun, then you're kind of like saying, like, yeah, you know, you should just accept not being powerful at all, and you kind of that's not what they're in it for. There's a good times for us all, indeed, nameless stranger.
Oh yeah, so I had something that was on my mind. Have you ever heard of Odyssey, the YouTube competitor? I'm a
Odyssey?
robot,
No.
aren't I?
No, you're not. But no, I have not heard of
Yeah,
Odyssey.
Odyssey. Odyssee. It's a YouTube competitor. You know, like most of the videos on the front page have like 100 views, but I don't know. The audience is kind of a mix of, like, you know, like crypto, like tech dudes who, you know, like they're like, oh, this is the next big thing, and then just like 4chan people whose, like, you know, attitudes or whatever would not work on YouTube, so they went there. But I don't know. It's like, it's interesting because all of the people on there are very big YouTubers. Like, I'd say like literally 50% of the users of that website are the big YouTubers, right? And they're like, well, I should upload my videos to everywhere, you know? But like, it's not that it's just like, you know, like that's what the algorithm is pushing. The algorithm is just like whatever gets the most likes gets on the front page, and it happens to be, you know, like, well, people really like I don't know, this dude who makes like computer reviews and gets 1 million views on YouTube. He's on the front page. I don't know. Yeah, I was thinking it might be interesting to like hedge your bets by just like upload stuff everywhere and see what sticks.
That's always a pain though, because then you're like managing uploads to anywhere that is promising to be the next YouTube, and none of it ever shows up in Google search. Because
Oh yeah, but no, I'm just saying that might be a good way to get a new audience. It's just like somebody will stumble. There's a much larger chance that somebody would stumble upon your videos on Odyssey than on YouTube. You know.
I don't know if that's necessarily true.
I don't know. I'll torrent all your YouTube videos and upload them there for you. with a border around it and a little like a little character just like standing in the middle of the screen to stop copyright protection. Have you seen those? I'm talking about pirated YouTube uploads.
No, I don't really know what you're talking about. That like a pirated.
My reference fell on deaf ears. So on YouTube, people will like to get around copyright when people want to just like upload stolen movies or something onto YouTube. They will put it in like a border and have like the screen get mirrored like every 30 seconds. So there'll be like a little like if it's like if you're watching Naruto on YouTube, there'll be like a little Naruto in the corner just like blocking the screen, and then it'll be sped up to like 1.1 times speed. Yeah. Reference your after your time method.
Well, I suppose so.
All right, good talk, Greg. Good talk. I'll let you get back.
Good. Yes, good. Good talk indeed. Let's see. Let's get that. The white space, so I don't have to. No, okay, that's not very good. Just have the white space. Guess maybe like there. It's empty, turned off. Okay, and I think that this is the last of these sprites. Oops. And 54 dead. And there we go. That is a whole 54 different individual sprite guys. Let's push that out of the way because we won't need it for a second. Let me see. Can I sort these by type? Yes. All right. We'll get our texture packer. Don't do that. I believe it's 2 times 9. 100. That should get us 9 sprites. There we go. Okay, and then we'll go and we'll publish this. Yeah, this guy's boss is also going to be a brain in a jar. We might start doing concept work after I get this imported. I'm not sure. Either concepts or we need more icons and things like that. So we'll see. We'll test this out, make sure it works. And then after that, we got to get into other things. Okay, RPG Maker MZ. So we've changed it so the characters now are the whole setup should look a lot nicer. I've got try the claw. There we go. Claw looks pretty good. Really heavy. Oh, yeah, we'll use a potion. Oh no! There's no effect assigned to that item. All we get is a game crash. We can get rid of all the extra characters. That was just kind of drawing and creating trouble for us. Whoops. Okay, and then let's amp these guys up. Let's go up to 9 attack. And then we'll give them an ability that'll actually work. Let's give him the old Douglas slash. The old Douglas slash ring. Let's make it 10. I don't know. Okay, 9. There we go. Okay. We'll test that out because we want to be killed at some point here. There we go. Oh, you guys couldn't even see that. But here, I'll bring it over one more time. But we've got all of our animation. Nearly dead already, and he's done. So there we go, though. But it looks like our animations are working. So, perfect, great. We just have to do all that for like 4 more characters. I guess we need portraits. One thing we do need to do is find out what it's going to do to us with the portraits, because let me see, it just has pictures. Faces. The big question is it gonna mess with the resolution on the faces and make them look really stupid? Because it does that to everything else. 144. Okay, so 144 by 144. Okay. Let me add a camera and maybe I can. Insert favorites, camera. Control P. Is that a different field of view? Actually, I probably don't need the camera. Honestly, the way this is gonna work, let's just drop in unit 1 here and blow them up. Because the scene needs to be, I think, 144 by 144. Whoops, what am I doing? Elements. 144 by 144, and then we will. There we go. And basically, that's what we'll have for our portrait. So we'll just export that. Make a separate file for portraits. Oh yeah. So one of the things I'm really looking forward to is that your boss is this guy named David Tikrin, and I've got plans to do a little animation where David Tikrin tells you his like origin story, and it's that typical billionaire origin story of like, I was born in the gutter, but he's just gonna like rant like a weird drunk, be like, I was born in the gutter, all of my parents were dead, and I was adopted by a family of roofers who taught me the value of hard work. Okay, I got distracted here. Yeah, so I'm excited for that because I'm planning on having that be like a little animation where he just does this rant. It was like, I lived in the woods and I scraped and I scrimped, and I was only through the power of my genius that I became the CEO of Tikrin Industries. And I have some little jokes for that and everything. I'm planning to really chew scenery with that character, so I'm kind of excited to do the voice acting and the writing and get that done. It's also going to be the first time in a long time that I've done a proper animation, so it'll be pretty short, like maybe like a minute long, and so that's something that I'm looking forward to. I've been thinking a lot about some of the creatures. At some point you're going to come to like a village of bird people, and I like birds, so I'm looking forward to drawing the birds. So yeah, there's plenty of stuff I'm excited about. Gonna draw some birds. I'm gonna draw some kick-ass birds. People are gonna be like, birds should not look this good. I might say they could look better, but anyway, the one of them supposed to be like this, the most beautiful bird, because you know, like male birds are all about looking the best to attract the females. So like their bravest, their strongest warrior will be the sexiest bird, and that's good. Like so it's like, oh, I gotta draw the prettiest looking bird. He's gonna be like a peacock, but he's gonna be carrying like I'm gonna do like these dramatic poses for him, maybe. I don't know. Well, we'll get to it when we do. Okay, canvas size. What was it again? Details. Okay. 576 by 288. And our hero here will not have a lot of I wonder if I should do a background color, actually. Before I do that, because how would it look? Would it look nice? I mean, obviously not just a flat. Oh, what if I Google eyes are essential to the keeping people from thinking robots are going to destroy humanity. That'll be how they finally get everyone to adopt AI. Oops. Should I do something special with them? Maybe not just. What if I did not just? Well, I don't know. I suppose this is kind of the player character, so we wouldn't want to put any like weird symbols or anything in the background. But maybe we should. Like maybe like a number 1, because he's unit 1. Maybe that'd be good. Maybe that'd be a fun little add-on. We'll do like a stylized number 1. It'll be hard to tell that it's a 1, but that's what it is. There we go for unit 1. You can't tell, but it is a number 1. And we'll use the sprayer to kind of make it a little bit more, to kind of blur it a little bit. Let's also just do this. There we go, and that kind of gives it a little bit of life. Let me override it. Yeah. Okay, now we're going back to what was this again? 576 by 288. Okay, we'll call this like okay, so our face is going to be single use 1. Boop. Boop. Yes, save the changes. What do you guys think? Does that look okay? Okay, barring no complaints. No complaints from chat. Not sure what the actual viewership numbers are, but we'll call that good. Works for me. Okay, properties. Okay, just do this. So your boss is supposed to be like a like a giant centipede, kind of. And I was imagining him being like a snake, kind of. Like having the head of a snake. I'm using the airbrush. So let's try out a couple of snake ideas. See what we get. Just like the players, we don't really want him to actually be like hideous or anything, but he's like part snake, part centipede. Let's see, we got our teeth here. So that's sufficiently snake-like. He's kind of looking down at us here. Let's see, like a rib cage, or do we want to give him like a segmented body? Going for more of a more of an organic look, but we're gonna want robot stuff here. Feels like summer's over. It should be getting to that time, right? Let's make him a little narrower even. Mr. Tigran does have arms. and all. They're like robotic. So we kind of flesh them out into more robotic looking limbs here after we okay. Who am I to tell you what to do? I'm just Mr. T. Grin. I can't bend my thumbs that far. Don't think anybody could. Maybe. For shortening, something like that. I don't know. Hands are tough. This is like a great big head. But we want him to have like a segmented body. At the very least, because he's like supposed to be a centipede. I was gonna give him like a tie. Like a fat tie, maybe. Great big old tie. I think my big problem is I don't like the head very much at the moment. This is also a bit of a complicated, this is going to be a complicated rig, but he is like a boss. He's not going to be present, so the number of animations we have to do with him, we will be spared a lot of suffering. It's terrifying, yeah. How are we gonna make him cute? That's the real question, right? Like we gotta make him cute somehow. So that's why I'm kind of like looking at like, okay, so we got our right. This is maybe not the centipede body is gonna be what really gets us for it. It gets us, I think. That's gonna be where we're just like, how, you know, this is horrible and I hate it. Because you put the cute baby head on this horrible centipede body, and it's kind of like, I was kind of thinking like, what if he had? So let's kind of explore face ideas a little bit more, because I was thinking like, well, what if he had like a really wide face and then like a more of a here, where are we with this? Where's your frickin'? Let's cut some holes in this circle and figure out what we're doing. Because the thing is, we don't want Mr. Tigrin to be like. Well, hello, Carbell. No, we're not at the end. What we're doing right now is we're trying to get trying to do some character concepts for Mr. Tigrin, whose robotic body is basically he's like a centipede with arms. And that's more or less where we're at with it currently. He's like a centipede with arms, and he's not meant to be utterly horrifying, and so this is the challenge. Because he's got to have a whole shtick where he's just like, well, hello, friends. Everyone should respect Mr. Tigrin because he's the smartest. Here, let's give him like kind of a more dog-like skull. Maybe if he looks more like a dog. People like dogs, so. Nose seems a little too long. Small mouth close to the eyes. The eyes over here. Well, because he looks like a skeleton, more or less on that one. Let's see. Somewhat kind of like a like a copperhead look. Let me look up a copperhead. Get a reference. Let's see, copperhead snake. The eyes are a big deal. See, maybe if they were just rounder. Skull's coming up a little too high there. There we go. That's better. Is that a little better, you guys think? Just rounder eyes. Less actually humanoid shaped. But okay, copperhead really is just kind of like a triangle, though. It's just like a triangle. There's kind of, I'm looking at it here. So I could just make him like, okay, I think I'm already kind of liking this a little bit better. It looks sort of goofy, just like a goofy snake, cartoon snake. His chin here. Hey everybody. It's me, your most trustworthy friend, Mr. Tikrin. Let me see. Let's maybe ring that mouth up a little bit more. How's that look for everybody? Less terrifying, right? Hi, everyone. It's kind of a boxy look, I guess. There we go. So this is better. I think I kind of like his pupils not quite touching. It gives him more of a manic look, which will be good because he's meant to be kind of insane. Maybe let's not do the sharp teeth, actually. That's a bad idea. No sharp teeth. The more predatory he looks, the scarier he becomes, so I think we'll try not to do that. Strung out on coke, yes. There we go. And then let's see, how about he's got kind of a curve to him. So let's see, there's his, and of course he's not organic or anything like that, so we're not gonna keep him organic, but there's, let's see, there's his, let's give him his rib cage, just a nice little egg shape. Okay, there's his arms. What could go wrong, everybody? Right? I don't know. Nothing, probably. Oh, hands. Oh god, no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Whatever. It's just a sketch. Be fine. Hands, somehow hands exist. Kind of a curl word like that. Yeah, hands. I don't know. Again, somehow we get hands. That's just a little too big. Let me see. The centipede look could probably be made less horrifying. Oh yeah, this is so much better. It's like fancy. Nope. Yeah, giant leg. Okay. So here we go. So much better. So much extravagantly better. I trust him with my social security number. With the hands, I'd have to, like, okay. Honestly, I don't know why I didn't do this. You gotta draw the 3D shapes to make that more clear what it is that they're doing. It's stupid that I didn't do that in the first place. Being stupid over here. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. It's just a sketch. Mr. Tikrin. Okay, let's see. So whatever plane he's sitting on, try and make sure that that's actually accurate in there. We just make it be curvy rather than straight. It's a little less scary. Two of them there is good. Is good. You can trust me with your personal information, kids. Mr. David Tikrin would never... One of the characters, Ollie, is going to like 100% believe everything that Mr. Tikrin has ever said about himself, and will defend him up and down at every opportunity. They're like, Mr. Tikrin wouldn't be here today if he wasn't a genius. Okay, so we'll get the more robot-y stuff going on. So we'll do some actual segments, like, and then we'll kind of like, we'll just make his whole body sort of segmented, because he's supposed to be like a robot. Not sure how we're gonna get the neck going. Ugh, I don't even like this guy anymore. So we'll just get rid of this. We don't need this anymore. Let's not think about this anymore. The huge jump. Oh, Carl did some drawovers over in the garbage part. Okay, here, let's see. That's some silly snake Lex. Those are some fun cartoon snakes. I do kind of like where I'm going with this guy, though. I like the coked out snake. Okay, so we'll give him. We'll go ahead and we'll give his actual ribcage some definition. So that'll be like a suit of armor he's wearing, just about. And then let's say. Here's the problem with some of the other structures, is that in a human these would all just sort of blend together and we would be good. But in a robot we kind of have to define the shapes a little bit. We have to be a little bit more practical about where stuff is, because robots don't flex very much. Here, we're gonna have to lower this down a little bit. of Oh, the dog's crying at the door. She might need to go outside. I better go let her out so she doesn't pee on the floor. Okay. No, you just don't want to be alone. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I like. I also like this OD centipede look. It's like the dog just wanted to be with me. She was lonely. Yeah, this is a fun look. So I give him a tie because I do still want him to have a tie. I feel like that's an important feature. Mr. Tikrin has a tie. Like look at my great big Flintstones-esque kind of thing. Question is, should it be like a polka dot tie or like a good old polka dot tie, Mr. Tigran. Hello, everybody. Or maybe I don't know if that might be too crazy. Or what if we do like a nice kind of like plaid, and he looks like he's trying to maintain sanity. Maybe just a flat color. Maybe just like a flat tie. Add some hatching to kind of get some shadow. See where how that looks. The head needs to be robotic as well, so that's going to be like here. I was kind of debating as to whether or not Mr. Tikrin should here, and his head will actually just be a segmented piece. Yeah, I was debating as to whether or not Mr. Tikrin should have the brain in the jar look, or if she should just be the snake. And I think with the snake head, it's kind of like a narrow. I don't know if there's going to be space for.
Hello.
Oh, Artisan.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. We're drawing our the hero of our game, Mr. Tikrin.
He's a snake man?
It's the snake centipede man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh,
It's great.
I I'm happy that our hero is so horrible and off-putting.
Have you seen him?
What?
Have you
Oh,
seen him?
I no.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Well, the
I
the
opened up the stream, and I see what looks like a snake man.
yeah, there he is. That's the guy. It's better than the original drawing that we had on. We started off and it was just like baby head with it did not look good.
What's wrong with the baby head?
Well, you didn't see it. It just looked terrifying. It was. This is like a guy who's gonna steal your bank account. The baby head was a guy who was gonna steal your soul. We want the bank
Yeah.
account. We don't want the soul stealing.
I see. Okay, this is financial horror, not not metaphysical horror.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so yeah, this was no good. Coked out snake guy is pretty good.
Wish there was a way. So I'm on my phone, and I can't watch the YouTube stream and be on the Discord call at the same time. Otherwise, you'll start getting feedback from us talking.
Oh,
But
that's
yeah,
okay.
anyway, I wish there was a way that I could just mute the YouTube app or something.
Yeah, so yeah, ampersand here is posting stuff in the like just sketches. But AO requests the good drawer role for this guy, so we gotta give it to him. If I can
Yeah.
find it in this bottomless pit of
Well, you can
yeah,
if
go into
you
the
if you
settings,
like
go server settings, and then just get yeah. That's the only way that you
well, you should be able to like just search it. Like it should give you a search menu. If you're on your phone, it doesn't give that, but if you're on like the computer, if you like right click their name and then do the plus next to the end of their roles, you should just be able to type in like ugly or something.
can you actually type it in?
You should be able to. There should be a thing.
No. Well, you can do it. You can do it from the server maintenance, but
Okay. I'm usually on my phone, so I might be remembering wrong. I might be conflating that with it.
okay, Mr. Tigran. We'll go and we'll save this. And then let's see how this. Oh, actually, hang on. I should have said this is like Mr. Tigran concept. Concept. There you go. I would be confused and think it is Mr. Tigran. I think it's the file. It's not.
So this man has a snake head. The robot that we play, does that have his old brain in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Hello, the brain that used to be me.
Oh no, it's not Mr. Tigran's brain. It's
Oh.
Yeah, it's the that's the player character's
Is it-
brain.
Is it me, the player's actual brain? That's my actual brain in there if I'm playing?
Yeah, you could read it that way. That's one way you could read it, and you would be relatively correct if you wanted to.
Yeah.
That might be okay.
Be right back.
Okay. Mr. Tikrin over here. Put some lines on him so that way we can then fill him in with some color and see what kind of color options work. I was originally thinking of just kind of making them like gray. Round out his pupils a little bit more. Hard not to draw along. Cute, crazy Santa snake. Have I got a deal for you? Slick Sam! Let's see. We'll get his tie.
That's right. We're selling a special discount on your own snakeheads. Replace your human head, your dirty old human head, with a brand new snakehead.
Snakeheads are
Oh
special.
yeah. Oh.
You don't get to. You can't wear a snake head if you're not a member of the aristocracy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a privilege of the few.
Oh, you the masses. You're not deserving of removing your human head and placing a snake head in its place.
You have to earn that.
You know. You see, the French were all the were really cool and stuff, and they went around getting decapitated, and that was pretty cool. But they never really figured out the whole staying alive thing until recently. We determined that if we put a different head in its place, then that works.
See, how's this line weight looking?
Hello.
think.
I am way overdue for a haircut.
Let's see. I just get mine from Claudia.
Uh,
Which does sometimes take some persuading because she kind of likes it when my hair gets like bushy, like she calls it like a surfer look.
yeah.
She thinks it looks kind of attractive, so she'll sometimes just like make me wait on the haircut while I have the surfer look.
Yeah. I think I'm getting past kind of the surfer level. I'm starting to edge towards like young Einstein.
Young Einstein.
Like the Einstein hairdo but smaller. When I wake up in the morning, that's what it looks like, and then I gotta like retame it. I like to cut my hair real short so I don't have to do anything with it. Lex Rudera is 4 years late on a haircut.
Oh, that is a long time to go without a haircut.
Mhm. Yeah. Carabella says Einstein haircut does have its positives, and I guess once I get it long enough, I can go ahead and just not do anything with it, and I can say I have Einstein's haircut.
There you go. You'd be like it's an intentional thing.
Yeah. Look, I'm a scientist. Okay, I thought it'd be funny if I had his haircut.
Everybody acknowledged he was a genius, right? So
Yeah.
Mr. Tigrin. Trustworthy snake, man. Let me see. It looks like actually I've got it kind of like a suit of armor a little bit over here, so I'll just do that. We'll kind of do the same erasing of lines over here. So that way we've got a little less depth on. Probably should have some more shadow over here. So we got it elsewhere. I think this one arm might be a little bit longer than the other. Might have screwed the proportions on that a little bit. Well, it's not too bad. Okay, I think I'll have the same thing going on with him as I've got going on with friend Bot.
Ooh, okay. So Carabella says he has an aunt that cuts his hair in exchange for Navy rum. I think I'm starting to see what's going on here. Caribella has not been able to get any kind of Navy run for several years.
Oh,
Oh, wait, no, sorry. Sorry, no, that was Lex Rudera that hasn't gotten a haircut in a long time. Caribella is someone else.
yeah, we know Carabella. We embarrassing.
I know I just don't know this Lex Rudera person, so I must have put his conversation into a name that I recognized.
Oh, that's my wife. Hang on a second. Oops, I think I hung up on her. She's gonna be mad. I'm gonna step out for a second and see what she's calling about. Also, I don't think you can move a hand quite like that. Freaking hands.
Hello, stream. Greg is gone. Post your favorite Boss Baby gifs in the Discord server. If you don't have access to the Discord server, go to donsomewhere.com and there should be a link in there. Also, go to worldfamousartisan.com and then start clicking around in there, and somewhere buried in that site is also a link.
Regarding dinner, do you want me to go ahead and cook, or if you're having lunch now, it's getting late.
Hello.
Hello.
Is that the Tsar Puba himself, Cheese?
Indeed it is. I'm the Tsar Pooba until like we choose somehow find means to choose another Tsar Pooba. You're stuck with me.
Well, I mean, we already have a means of determining Tsar Puba. That's the VidJam. And as there's no foreseeable future VidJam, you will forever be Tsar Puba until you are banned or leave the server.
Yeah. Or, PBN decides to I mean he's the only one who has
He
the
decides
power
to come back.
Yeah. Who knows? In any case, I have moved into a new place. I've returned to the. I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, okay. On a different note, I tried to bring it up earlier, but I was muted, and then the topic changed. What was it? Right. So we got the new campaign coming up. Or maybe it's campaign one shot. I don't know. My character, Dr. Cray E. Neum. Have you looked at him at all? Is Greg still gone?
I think.
Did I not hear him get back?
I-
Okay, he's still gone.
Oh, is he like on lunch break or?
He's talking to his wife, presumably. Yeah. Hello, stream.
Yeah. Stream people have used to say, entertain me,
Yeah, do something entertaining so that we can react to it and entertain you. That's how this works, right? We're not the ones
Otherwise, you're
responsible for
banned.
generating
If
entertainment.
you are banned from I don't know if you can ban someone on YouTube.
How doesn't the Sarpooba get like one ban? Have you used your ban?
Okay, I used the ban in a fake like I faked using the ban and like I you saw that video I'd made of the thing where I'd banned Greg, but it was like all some like planned sort of some plan that PBN had orchestrated and had sort of.
Okay.
But in any case, I technically haven't used the ban, and I would like to use it at some point.
You say that you haven't, but what you're also saying, it sounds like we have video evidence of you using it to ban Greg.
Yeah. I would if I could.
Look, the bylaws don't dictate that you get to keep your ban if someone else orchestrates some, Machiavellian scheme for you to use it up in a way that's non-permanent.
Yeah. I mean the rules also don't say that you have to use up the ban whenever. I don't know. This is all informal laws that made by a guy who's no longer in the server or active in the server.
Yeah, I don't know. If you wanted to use your ban, I would just tell you to go talk to PBN, and that's how I would handle it.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask him
I mean,
to. Hey, can you
it was
ban
his
this guy
rule.
called
He said
Artisan Bubblegum? Hold on.
No, PBN would never ban me.
Yeah, I would. PBN is but the bullet in my gun.
Oh no.
Carabelle, you called PBN a cur. Is that some sort of slur of some kind? This is what the kids call ethnic minorities these days. I'm not hip enough or racist enough. I should get more racist.
No. That's
I'm
the
glad that
opposite.
Greg wasn't around for that comment.
No, a cur is one of those newfangled, things that the kids are saying these days. It's short for curry, and calling someone curry says they're spicy, like they're hot. So Carabella thinks PBN's hot. That's
Nice.
clearly what's going on here.
Ooh.
Oh, wait, are you talking about The Amazing Race?
Isn't the Amazing Race like a is it animated or is it?
Yeah, it's an old animated cartoon by Hanna-Barbera, I think. And so like they have like all their different like characters in it, and they like they're on a race. It's like the Transcendental or the Trans America race or whatever. The big race they did across the entire United
Transcendental?
States.
Transcendental is not what you think it means. Okay.
What does
Anyway,
that mean? Tell me what it means.
it means like involving like transcension, like as in like in a religious or like sort of spiritual sense.
What?
But I was thinking of isn't there's a show from the 2000s and it might still be going on called The Amazing Race where it's people actually racing like real people. All your fake cartoons that you make up.
Oh, I don't know about real people. I think there might have been a real like horse race across the United States. A lot of different medias have made things based off of it.
No, not like the show The Amazing Race.
Oh, I remember the Catch the Pigeon. Yeah, I think you're right that it was Wacky Races. I barely remember Catch the Pigeon though. Like,
The Amazing Race is it's what you call it,
A reality show.
Oh,
yeah, reality show.
Yeah, it's still
okay.
going on.
Yeah, The Amazing Race was pretty cool. But Wacky Races was a lot more fun because I was smaller and more entertained by things then. And I'm old and cynical.
So that is purely through your eyes, though.
What? What?
Yeah, that was that. But
Are
that's
you
like all.
asking if the thing that I said is
That's
from
all.
my perspective? Yes, I said it.
Yeah, no, but you're saying that it's better, and that's just in you mean that you prefer it. Like I
Yeah.
don't want to make that be like, oh, it's just your opinion, but like that is the most blatant, that is very clearly entirely
Yeah,
subjective
I
to you.
thought I was clear on that being my opinion, and that I immediately after saying it was better qualified that by making two statements about perspective.
Yeah, yeah, but I don't know. But saying better just indicates that you are putting it forward that this is a sort of universal sort of, this is what you believe to be the truth. I mean, not that there is any one. Maybe there is. I don't know. That's the
No, I just discounted it.
okay.
I said that I was young and more entertained, and now I'm old and cynical. Like I've demonstrated that I have biases in these two stages of life that reduce the veracity of my claim.
Yeah, that's fair. And I'm just arguing semantics at this point,
You are. I mean,
and I'm
why does
doing
everyone
damn
do
good
that?
at it.
I try to bring up like thought experiments or post in like the political chat, and everyone wants to like argue with me about like semantics or like the assumptions, and it's like you're completely missing the point. Like
Yeah, I'm so glad I'm not in the political. I mean, I complained about it, but I know that every time that I talk about politics in the server, it is completely, I don't know, it is very counterproductive, and
Yeah.
I don't want to be into arguments
look, you
about
don't
fiscal
want to
policies.
be you don't want to be in the secret political chat. It's literally just people being angry at each other. I mean,
I'd
sometimes
be fine
something
with that
funny
if it
will
weren't for
happen,
the.
and we're like, "Aha, that's pretty funny."
I would like
But usually,
the politics stay in the politics chat, you know?
yeah. Well, I mean that's the reason we have it is so that
But
we don't have people
it
being like,
isn't contained there. It makes its way around.
yeah. I mean, you see a bit of it, but like, the bulk of it's contained, and I think it's doing its job. Did Greg sneak back?
Nope, he's still on the phone with the missus. But so wait, what were you saying was which race? Like, I was in our argument about semantics. I completely forgot what you were talking about in that
Oh
regard.
yeah, you started arguing semantics and completely derailed what we were actually arguing about. The big surprise there. That's how semantic arguments usually go.
That was the Amazing Race.
Yeah, so there's The Amazing Race. It was an old like reality game show. People would like run around like the world and stuff, and they'd have clues. And sometimes they'd get like a clue that was like, go and get on the plane and go to, like, they'd have something and they figure out, and it's like, aha, we have to get onto the plane and go to Paraguay.
I think that's yeah. It feels like that's like what it leads you to, being somewhere else. The whole point of the show.
Yeah.
I guess where that somewhere else is. Anyways, you go.
Yeah. So The Amazing Race was like, you have like your starting point, but then like you could end up like the race could go anywhere in the world. Nothing was off limits or something, right? I don't remember the marketing for it, but that's kind of how I felt about it. How's the Wacky Race was pretty cool. It was just like a cartoon. about people racing their wacky cars.
Oh,
And I don't know, it was a lot of fun. You had Dick Dastardly and Muttley. Those were the really funny guys. I felt like they were like the main characters of the show. I showed up anyway to watch like them get into their hijinks and then have their plans fail. I always thought it was funny. And you got like the other Hanna-Barbera characters there doing stuff. But that was always less
Scooby-Doo.
interesting to me. What?
you got like Scooby Doo and like the Flintstones, and are they there? I don't know.
I don't know. I can look it up.
Like I only know so many Hanna-Barbera characters. At least I like iconic ones, not just sort of one-off figures. I think Dick Dastardly is he's in other stuff, right?
I might have his
Wouldn't it be funny if his name was Penis Dastardly? That'd be pretty fucked up and wrong.
Cartoon revolves around several racers with various themes who are each allowed to use strange gimmicks to compete against other racers in many races across North America. As the race announcer, voiced by Dave Willock, talks about the race while interacting with the racers. I may have this backwards. They may have made these characters for this show, and then they ended up going else places. Maybe.
Because I think this Dick Dastardly is like a figure I've heard of, and I've seen sort of like cartoons. He's like isn't he have like aviators, not aviators with glasses, but like an aviator's like cap, and like he like does that grin, like the laugh.
Yeah, he's got like flying machines and stuff.
What a menace!
Okay.
What a fucking
Skimming through this Wikipedia article, it looks like so Wacky Races, they made it based off of a comedy film called The Great Race. The characters in Wacky Races were eventually given spin-off series. So that's why I'm thinking of them as being from other things and brought in. I just have it backwards in my brain.
Ooh. And this was a one-off, like this was a single sort of animation. It was not like a show.
Looks like, where is it? It had 17 episodes, it looks like.
Oh, yeah, never mind then. I'm guessing that it had no affiliation with The Amazing Race. That was just purely a different
That
name.
was
like that was just
no relation there. They just live in the same room in my mind palace.
It's they both have race in the name.
Yeah. Oh, is Greg back? Did I hear him come back?
Nope. Instead, we have Marbles here.
Oh, it's Marbles. The man somewhere.
Not for long. Unless oh yeah, wait, no, we're just gonna have another title, right? Or are we gonna have like a title for each year? Like, it's like you never lose being the Nobel Prize winner, you know? You're already the Nobel Prize winner of X year.
I don't know what we're gonna do with that. I assume there's some limit to how many roles we can actually have exist.
I mean, yeah, but like it's at once every year. I don't know how many years until like we are pushing the limits.
Yeah,
I think that this server has way too many roles already.
Yeah.
So I don't think that this is going to be the tipping point.
Okay. assuming that we keep them, I still am going to lower the priority on Man Somewhere 2023, so that it's below ugly, and Marbles can be rightfully puke green. Well, it's not puke green anymore. But no.
I feel like Zarapuba being below ugly is kind of actually then if I don't know.
Well, okay. Look, if there was more people willing to get outraged about your Zarapuba title being below ugly, maybe it wouldn't be below ugly.
But that's the thing. There's only one Zarapuba.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the whole point. Never mind then.
No. All right. Well, this is about the time I would normally hop off to go drive to work, but Greg is not back. Marbles! Marbles, are you actually there?
And Marbles is muted currently.
We don't even hear the marbles.
He's actually just playing marbles right now. I know. Marbles is a game. It's like its own game, or is it just part of Jax, the game Jax?
No, marbles is like a separate game.
But you
draw,
use
like,
a marble
circle.
in Jax, right?
Yeah, you use like a rubber ball in Jax. In marbles you draw like a circle, and you bet, air quotes on bet, your marbles by putting so many marbles into like the circle. And the idea is that you have your marbles, and you out from outside of the circle, you gotta flick the marbles in to hit a marble to knock it out of the circle. And so the goal of the game, so when every marble that you knock out of the circle is now yours. You own that marble. And the goal of the game is to empty all the marbles out of the circle.
I see. Now, if you were to lose the game, hypothetically, would you say that you've lost marbles?
Yeah. I mean, it is actually, it's possible that you've lost all of your marbles if you bet them. So, like, for example, like, you could draw, like, say you have, like, 20 marbles, and you draw a circle, and you and your friend put, like, 5 marbles in there. So there's a total of 10 in there, and you have, like, 15 on your, on hand. And say you're really bad at the game, and, like, you, like, flick your marbles in, and it, like, moves the marbles around, but you do a really bad job of getting the marbles knocked back out, you could end up using all 15 of your marbles, putting them into the circle, and then you don't have any left to use. At which point you lose by forfeit, and all your marbles are now belonging to the other person.
All of your marbles belong to us.
Yeah. I don't have anything terribly interesting to talk about.
Oh shit! Never mind. Sorry. I'm playing Minecraft as I'm speaking to you. Nearly died. Actually, wait. I just realized we have keeping. Yeah.
Everyone in stream chats, go get your friends and have them log in on your computer and everything, so we get the view count really high while Greg isn't here, and then I'll take credit for that.
Actually, I'll take credit because I was the one who actually
No.
entertained them.
No, you can't take credit.
Oh, I only take cash. You're right. See, I make jokes,
Good.
and that's why I take credit because I. People are
Okay, you
people are
want jokes?
entertained by this.
I have the world's funniest knock knock joke anywhere. Okay, you start.
Let's see. What? Oh, should I start?
You start.
I should make. Oh.
You gotta
I
start
do the
the
knock knock.
Yeah. Who's there?
I don't fucking know. It's your it's your joke.
Okay. No,
No,
Oh.
see,
I'm
the joke
voting
is
with wife.
that
We're talking about which
the joke
races
is
are
I put
better.
you on the spot.
You guys should
Oh,
do-
look, Greg, we went up to 10 viewers. That was me. I'm taking
Yeah.
credit for that.
Is that I can't see the number of viewers on the chats or anything. I just close it down.
We're now on 11, actually. I
Ooh.
don't know if that's higher.
They heard me
than-
bragging, and that made them happy, so more people logged on.
Actually, I was specifically the reason. Everyone in chat had privately messaged me and said, "Hey, by the way, I'm watching this because of you and you only."
Specifically cheese.
Well, if they're too much of a coward to say it publicly, then it doesn't count.
Yeah, we got to see. I mean, surely the people in chat would tell us if they specifically wanted cheese, and that's what they were here for.
Yeah, well, they're just pretending they aren't for Marbles or not Marbles. Yeah, for for Marbles' sake. As the guy who's muted in the call, they're actually they want to make him feel like him feel better. I don't know.
Well, that's nice of them
Yeah.
to want that for Marbles. Is Marbles in the call?
Yep, and he's muted.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's doing work.
He's got his own work going on.
Imagine working.
Yeah, speaking of, that was my wife's her shoot lunch break. She took it late, so
Oh, yeah.
so yeah. Normally, I try to put that stuff together so that way I can stay working on everything on my own. But
So, Artisan, with the whole thing of the Amazing Race, is it at any point are people always at the same location, or do they like every now and then, or like do they start the episode like we're in Paraguay and we're doing this, or are they like resuming at different points in the race?
I
Like on-
honestly don't remember it in that much detail. I would say most likely what they did is every episode was like a location. So like you might have like the Hawaii episode or the India episode or something, right? And so everyone.
But then that's not like
was-
That's not one race. That's like they're all getting there at different points though, or if they're all getting there
Well,
at the same point.
It's all okay. I don't remember this 100%. I might be wrong, but if I'm remembering correctly, it's legs. Each episode is a leg of the race, and the entire season is the race. And so the idea is that they bring them to like an area, they do all the races, and then like if you're not last, you get to move on.
Oh, I see. So it's just sort of elimination.
Yeah.
But it's not one continuous race where they are where like half the group is in Paraguay while the others are in like Suriname.
No, I don't think it's like that. It'd be really cool if it was. But no, I don't think they would have the budget to have filming crews in several different countries across the world.
And like you can't really keep a consistent theme per episode.
Yeah.
Then
Greg,
Mhm.
what's your favorite race-based media? Or
what's your
like,
favorite
we
race?
got like
If you had
okay,
to
we're
choose what the best race is.
we're not asking that question. No, we were talking about like wacky races and the Amazing Race and that kind of stuff. You got any kind of like big giant race media?
If
Wow,
if
there's
you
really no way
we were
to ask
having a
this
bit of a
question.
race
No,
war
no,
trying
no,
to determine
no.
what the best race is.
It's like there's really no way to ask this question and not have it be a problem.
Yeah. Never mind. I like wacky races. I think Dick Dastardly was a funny guy.
I like Catfolk and or Tabaxi.
That's not the question. We're not asking that question.
You asked
Yeah,
it.
we're not asking about specific characters within them. It's just
You asked what my favorite race is. That's one of my favorite races in tabletop.
oh, you were finding a way to find a third meaning that isn't as problematic.
People just like Tabaxi because they're cats.
Yeah.
I like. There's that one episode of Ninjago where they race. That alone is my favorite piece of race media.
It's like, yeah, it's like, who isn't a racist? Wacky races, NASCAR races,
Orcs.
orcs.
100-meter dash.
Oh yeah. I mean, I feel like Total Drama. I mean, I guess maybe I think that Total Drama World Tour seems like it was based on The Amazing Race, in that like every episode was like a location. And I was like, that seems like it was sort of their spin on. It was their take on what, because I know that The Amazing Race was like big around the time that came out.
Oh, you guys ever hear of the Olympic bicycle sprint race thing?
Is this the one where they had to like they had to have the people like swimming in poo poo water
What? No.
in like
Okay,
France?
so-
They had
Oh, you're talking about like the canal.
yeah.
That's a completely different thing. What I'm talking about is funny. So basically, there's one of these races in the Olympic Games. You were on a bike, and the idea was that like it was a sprint. So you had to go through it was like a small course. You're on your bike. You went around a couple of laps, and then you were done. So not like really like a normal kind of sprint, but anyway, you did a couple laps. But the meta turned out to be you want to be in second place. Like second place was the best place to be until the final lap, and then in the final lap you want to you go fast. So what ended up happening is as more people realized this meta, that race got slower and slower and slower. And so you'd watch it and they'd be riding their bike as slow as they can to try to get into second place. And then in the very last lap, they just bolt.
Well, especially that meta works especially well because if someone gets a blue shell, then they can hit you with it.
But no, this is the Olympic Games. This isn't wacky races.
It's Mario Kart. You know what they ought to do? They should go they want to combine sprinting and cycling. What they should do is have an event for when you're getting off your bike and you need to walk it somewhere. You sort of walk while holding onto the bike. They need to have an event where you go a certain distance in that mode.
The bike carry sprint.
Yeah. But you have to keep the bike on the ground. Like you need to. It's like when you're evading traffic.
No,
You
no.
just sorta-
They set up an obstacle course that simulates like an office building with an internal bike. Like you got to hang the bike up, and so like you have to like pick the bike up and then carry it and hang it, and you're not allowed to let it touch the ground because then you would get the office place dirty.
Yeah. They ought to have like they should have just like a pedestrian event where they just have like people in cars going like you have to walk on like a sidewalk or something as like cars are passing by, and like not on the sidewalk, but you would have to. I don't know. You would have to.
That's not Olympic in any like. Where's the
challenge is to try
that you
and
have,
evade
like,
to survive and try to make
stay
it
on
from
the
point A to point
sidewalk,
B. I don't know. Just sort of try to no, but there. How about or there's just no sidewalk and you have to sort of walk on the side of the. You have to walk on sort of the side of the road without. Not like.
I feel like you're trying to make some point about like public infrastructure. And it's not landing in this this Olympic Games context.
I do think that this idea isn't landing well. But you know what event they should add is rapping. The number one Olympic brapper. Brapped up a storm.
I mean, they don't do any kind of. There's no like singing Olympic sports, are there?
You're not rapping, brapping like with a B.
Yeah. You mean? Are you trying to talk about like beatboxing?
No, brapping.
No, he's talking. It's like a 4chan meme.
Yeah.
Oh.
This bit is. I brought it too long and then it killed it.
I mean, it wasn't really that much worth doing in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know, because the joke is like you say a funny word and then you say it once, but now I'm like, hey, you get it? It's by trying to explain the joke, whatever.
It wasn't
the
good.
more I try to.
It was going nowhere. Shameful.
But when you explaining a joke is a lot like dissecting a frog.
Well, then don't make me don't misunderstand my joke.
Better, but you have a dead frog at the end, and in this case it was a sardine. So I didn't learn anything. And now I have a dead sardine.
It's not like you dissected. It's not like you were dissecting a live frog. Like the frog was already dead.
Well, yeah, but it had to die in order for that dissection to occur.
Yeah, maybe I should have just pretended that I said rapping. They should have. I don't know. Remember in 2012 when like everyone was making fun of the fact that ribbon twirling was an event in the Olympics?
I'm pretty sure it's still a ribbon. I'm pretty sure it's still a thing in the Olympics. So clearly they were wrong.
Yeah, but it was something that at the time people thought was funny.
Yeah.
But it lives on. I think next Olympics are doing flag football. This is the new big sort of sport.
Stands it.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of thinking.
So Greg, I'm excited for the upcoming game.
Yeah. Oh, on Sunday.
Yeah. I'm real excited for my character. Yeah. I don't. Do you want? Should we keep it like under wraps, or can I just like talk about it on stream?
I mean, I don't know. We haven't. We're at this point.
I mean,
where,
yeah, we don't.
Yeah,
So in
we still need to
It
talk
didn't-
about what we're gonna do with it exactly. Because really, where we're at right now is just like, yeah, I've been reading Eisenhorn and I'm enjoying it, so I was thinking we might do something
Yeah.
in that vein. But that's all we got as far as development of the concept so far.
Okay. Well, I've been thinking up a wacky scientist guy, and I'm excited to be a wacky scientist. I'm gonna have a smartphone. What are you doing? Sorry, I'm driving. It's a red light.
Let's see. I'm think of what colors I want to do with this guy. Like silver, maybe silver for his non-suit looking stuff, and that will be.
is the suit like part of him or something that
Yeah.
he's wearing?
It's. I mean, his body is mechanical. He is essentially a robot. He's got a brain in there, but you can't really see it. And maybe if I like make this be a dome, kind of like the other robots, but I don't know if that'll make him a whole lot creepier or what. Because we don't really want him to be creepy. I want to have a whole animation about his childhood, and if he's creepy, we're not gonna. People are gonna be like, I don't like Mr. Tikrin. I don't want to learn about Mr. Tikrin's childhood.
In the modern day, exposing your brain in a vat of fluids is, normal fashion. But Mr. Tigrin's a little more private. He likes to keep his brain on the inside.
Yeah, he's concerned that if people knew how big his brain was, they'd be intimidated. And he's nice and doesn't want to be like that, so...
It's about what's on the outside that counts.
Exactly. The amount of money you have to spend on a better mechanical body is what counts.
Okay, so wait. I assumed that the main robot's like brain being in there was just a matter of like, I don't know, like that was some sort of artificial brain. But is he like an actual? Was there at one point an organism behind this?
It's the player.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
the
no, but-
real life person playing the game. Your brain was removed and put in that robot. That's the actual you.
But there is something not artificial to him, right?
What do you do?
Like
Yeah.
there is. Oh,
Yeah, like that's an actual human brain. Is the idea here?
oh. That changes how I view the. I assumed it was just like be a thoughtless drone for this company in plays. But I think that's society. Am I right?
Well, do you touch on? So I don't think we own the body, right? I'm pretty sure the body's owned by the company, if I'm remembering the lore snippets correctly.
I mean, they're produced by the company. I can't recall if I was originally going to have them be like, you don't even really own your own body. I mean, you probably don't really, but the distinguishing it is really kind of not. It's a moot point.
Yeah. I like to imagine that like I'm leasing the body, and part of the terms of the lease is my employment. So like I have control, like I can swap out the parts and everything, but I'm responsible for like maintaining it and making sure it's still valuable. And also anytime I'm at work, like the company has control.
Look, man, your body is a temple. Don't lease it out like that. Don't sell your body like that.
Artisan's
They made
body,
it-
he can
they
do
made-
what he wants.
Yeah. I hung it up in my closet at home, and I have this cool robot body because I can't have a job with a human body. That's a privilege of the rich. Okay, first of all.
This is a G-Man centipede. That's okay, government man. That's a fine look for him to have.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, he's supposed to be. I mean, he's supposed to be a business professional.
Hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah. All right. I am now at work. I'm running a little bit late actually, so I need to get going. Bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Let me see his tie color. We could go. Oh, we could go purple. Give him a nice regal purple tie. I don't know if these colors will match his vibrant personality, though. Might want to go for an even brighter purple than that. I'm gonna do that. Much brighter purple. Let's see.
Where'd everyone go?
Artisan's gone back to work. People just had to go. I myself will need to go at about 3:30.
What time is now?
3 o'clock. We got 30 more minutes of work time.
Oh.
Let's see. Bright purple tie, does that do it for me? I don't know if it does. Yeah, let's maybe go towards red. Let's get up here into like pink. Like not actually purple. Not actually red. Pink is okay. Yeah. Is there DRM in the body and upgrades and everything like that? There would be. You buy. I mean, you can only get the gear factory direct or whatever. You have to pretty much buy it from the company, so you got no choices other than what you're given. I can barely make out that those are eyeballs. Let's make that a little brighter. But yeah, you have to buy everything straight from like these specific terminals. So there's not really any way for you to get a hold of equipment that they don't want you to have or anything like that. You pretty much have to pay for it the way that they intend for you to pay for it.
Pretty sure the person you were talking to as I entered had just left.
Oh no, I'm talking
Not
to
sure.
Oatmeek asked if there was a DRM on the robot upgrade parts.
Okay.
I'm gonna make this guy more silvery. Are you seeing the stream? Do you have any opinions on?
What stream?
Oh, I'm streaming right now.
On Discord or somewhere else?
Oh, on on YouTube and on Twitch.
Ah, okay, let me take a look.
Yeah, and tell me what you think of Mr. Tikrin here, Snake Guy.
From where? Oh, no, there's your live stream. Wait, no, hold a second. There's your live stream.
If I get rid of this white background, does he look better?
No, what exactly am I looking at here?
You were looking at the owner of Tikrin Industries. He's a robotic snake centipede guy, and he will sell you anything you need to. I don't know. This isn't really like this. Let's see if we can maybe. What if we go for like a more vibrant look? That is too saturated. I feel like I'm getting further away from what I really want, doesn't it?
He seems awfully happy.
Oh yeah. Well, his life is good. He's oh, that's not bad. We can make his eyes a little brighter. I don't like going all the way to white, but I guess the glint on his skin ought to be brighter too, honestly. So that way it's more clear he's like silvery. But this is your boss in the robot game that I'm working on, Mr. Tikrin. I don't want to be completely devoid of color.
I mean, is he supposed to look like he is just bone without any skin, or?
Well, he's a machine. So I did kind of want to. I mean, I want to emphasize the fact that
Terminator type of deal?
No,
Like, without the skin, obviously.
His company logo is like a snake eating its own tail, but he put little centipede legs on it because that way the snake can continue moving even while it eats its own tail. You see, it's all very. Mr. Tikrin is a genius. He's a genius. He's been checked by a doctor. They've diagnosed him, and
A very stable genius?
well, he's not well known for his stability. Just a genius, and he will fight you. on it. So yeah, he's not an allegory for any character, for anyone alive or dead. It's more just the idea like he's been doing the PR game of like I am a genius for so long he's forgotten anything else. But he's insane. He's incredibly wealthy, and he is your boss.
That doesn't invite any comparisons to any sort of real life personalities.
No. If you can't think of anyone, then that's fine. It's not intended. Not
Just
intended
add
to-
that disclaimer.
Yeah. No real life comparisons intended. Oh, I don't like that. That's not good. I feel like a green.
I like the fact that he has like an armor, but at the same time he's only wearing a tie as the only signifier of him being some sort of business person.
Yeah, well, the tie is essential to establish that. Without the tie, how are people going to know that you sell things, that you do business?
Like, imagine if Godzilla just came into the harbor and was about to wreak havoc, but then you realize, oh, there's a teeny tiny yellow tie that has bananas on it. Actually, Godzilla is here to sell you a vacuum.
Yeah, it's perfectly safe. He's not a threat to society whatsoever. All is well. Do not panic. Okay, let's see if I...
This character has like a claymation type of deal would look amazing. I think about it with like stop motion animation.
Oh, if you can imagine him as like a little claymation guy, like in a Realm of the Mad God kind of thing.
I mean, I'm thinking more James and the Giant Peach because they also had like worms and whatnot in there. It would just fit it because like claymation and stop motion animation has that very jittery element to it that lends itself very well to insects and whatnot.
Oh yeah, because they have such jerky movements.
Yeah.
You can do that somewhat with 2D animation.
But I
Well-
imagine it's not that easy. Werther Kids did like a really great thing. I'm not sure if it was a reference to a specific Japanese space stop motion animation show, but like they also did something computer animated, but it was supposed to look like, claymation. Space Captain something or another. I don't remember the actual title, but it was amazing.
Yeah, I saw that.
It was like about that alien that just kind of kicks people wherever he goes.
Oh yeah.
And it's something like that. Something like that. I could imagine this kind of character fitting in there, having a very high-pitched, squeaky voice.
Gosh, what do you think of the colors on this? Maybe I should have done like a color, set the colors all together. Because I'm not sure the green and the pink might or not.
I mean, that makes the tie pop out more.
Yeah, well, they're complementary colors, but because let me see, where are we with this? Because we could do a split complementary scheme. Maybe that might be good.
Oh, yeah, also a side note, because that was the last thing I watched before I went to go shopping. Robert, whatever middle name he has, Kennedy, just dropped out of the race. Yeah, I'm not sure what his middle name actually is, but something.
Oh yeah, RFK Jr. Yeah, he dropped out just recently.
He gave a speech like an hour or two ago. The funny thing is, most of his supporters are basically just of the same opinion that they are still either going to vote for him or not going to vote at all. They're not really convinced of his pro-Trump thing that he did.
Or they endorse Trump.
Yeah, kind of. But obviously, if they were for RFK in the previous few months, they're not going to just kind of switch to go to either party right now, because that was the whole point. To not be for either party. Like if I have an allergy to both peanuts and walnuts, then someone who sells cashews just stops selling cashews and I'm going to go and get myself some peanuts or walnuts.
No, I need to just make a little color swatch.
Get them colors.
Because resorting to orange is pretty. Orange is a tricky color.
I mean, it doesn't look too bad. That was a bit muted. It kind of feels muted now.
It's because his skin is totally gray, and well, the suit itself is pretty muted.
Maybe even like banana yellow, just to make it pop even more.
A banana yellow suit. Actually, that
Yeah,
might
not
be a
the
good
suit, just the tie.
Well, no. What if we did a banana yellow suit? Let's.
I mean, that's fucking ridiculous, but at the same time, that fits the character.
Yeah, like a bright yellow.
That's more orange.
Yellow's also kind of tricky here. Okay, so yellow, and then we'll catch like blue.
That looks yellow.
And then like pink. And we can. All right, so let's go ahead.
Do a Better Call Saul kind of thing. I mean, that's interesting.
Yeah. Let me see. What is this? Oh, it's a
Okay, no, it almost looks like a suit, actually. Sort of.
Yeah, and the question is, should the tie be pink? And there's little body things are. Oh, that is so offensively vibrant. It's like so disgustingly like, hey everybody, Mr. Tikrin here. Well, yeah, sure. It definitely gets the colors going. So let's see. And we do the blue. Looks like a gosh dang. He looks like he's gonna sell you some ice cream, is what it looks like.
Yeah, I gotta ask, since you just said, gosh dang, do you self-censor yourself when your kid is around?
Oh yeah, we try to, cause he knows all the swear words and everything, and it's too late for that. But yeah, but I try not to make it any worse. Let me see. And then for his skin, it could be the background.
Greg, he looks like he's about to tell Curious George not to run into traffic. This is too much yellow.
Are you sure this is a pretty good, he's a great businessman.
Give him a big ass hat.
This is the main villain of your thing.
No, he's your boss. This is your boss. He's a genius.
This is too much yellow. No.
It is supposed to be a boss who's trying to be very fun.
Yeah, he just wants a good workplace for everybody. The yellow is a bit much, says WC90. I mean, the G-Man look was good and all, but like, and then he's barely got any color to him at all. I don't know if I.
I mean, you could use maybe like an orange tint more. That's still very pronounced. Although I'm not sure if that goes with the pink tie then. But orange is the complementary color of blue. Last time I checked.
Yeah, well, we have to be careful with throwing around complementary colors because.
Can you set the body as something a bit tamer, and then you can be a bit more vibrant with the tie and legs?
Could maybe I can let me try, like, I'll give him a, oops, no, that's not right. There we go. Because we're now looking at color palettes for him over here, and the insanely so we can like give him, I mean, if we give him kind of a more of a traditional navy blue suit, it's a little better for him here. There we go. I mean, he's less crazy looking, and then we just need to find a nice color combination for his like spines and other things. I do like the nice vibrant blue. I think green is what I had before. Let's see. That's the tie. How about this? And over here, we'll get a very, very bright pink tie, and then brighter still. That looks like wacky tie dye. Maybe it's too bright. Maybe that pink is too bright. Let's go. Look over here. Green tie. We could do green tie, and do that instead of the legs. The main thing we want to do is if we're going to do 3 colors, a split complementary scheme is a good idea. That looks kind of like villainous.
I mean, is he supposed to be villainous, or is he just supposed to be like boss crazy, like let's say Smiling Friends boss crazy?
He's like intended to be kind of boss crazy is more what you're like. What we're looking for is he's sending you out on adventure because he's concerned that the stock prices are falling, and he's really upset about it. He's like, you have to go. Like you're going out to go fight the other members of the other board members of his company to take their stocks.
Like, he's kind of giving of the vibes that I would also get from the boss from Smiling Friends. Like that almost manic, friendly demeanor that definitely hides some sort of psychopathic other side.
Well, he's
Like I
supposed to be...
could 100% see him having a manifesto of sorts.
Yeah, well, he's supposed to be a little psychotic. I mean, he's completely manic. The coked out look is kind of what we're going for. This, I want his pupils to like never actually touch the side of his the side of his eyes, because that way he'll never look like he's quite got it all together. This might be okay. This is an okay color combination.
Specifically, his legs look very insectoid and give him a slightly outerworldly or more outerworldly look. I'm not sure about the tie, but it's okay.
Yeah, well, the insect legs are intended.
Like specifically with the green, though, that's what I meant. Because like with the blue, he was more of an alien type of deal. But with those green legs, he definitely comes across as like a very insectoid kind of creature.
Okay, well, that's fine. Well, because he's supposed to be like a snake topede.
Does he have more legs, which are just not visible from this angle?
Oh yeah, it goes around. I just didn't draw them out because the main thing, like here's kind of the rest of it in the sketch. So that'll be what you're interacting with. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, he'll have to be. It'll be a little bit more top down because of the way the game handles sprites. But this is the gist of it, and so he'll be an overly large sprite, and he'll be sending you on adventures after the tutorial. Like you won't really see him initially, but you'll meet him later. And it's important that he looks good because there's going to be like statues of him, and he's basically going to be the company logo.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, the company logo is going to be like. Oops, where's my sketch later? So it's going to be the Ouroboros, the snake eating its tail, but with centipede legs. So if it's supposed to be him, though, then we kind of want it to look like him. So we got, there he is, and he's going to be eating his own tail. And this will be the game logo too. So.
Wait. Oh yeah, the snake.
Yeah. So it'll be the game logo. It's his company logo. I don't know, what should we be doing with his hands? Like hands here. There we go. It'll be something like that, and then he's supposed to be like over a rooftop. So we want Mr. Tikran eating his own tail over a roof. So maybe something like this. And then that's the company logo, and then that'll be the game logo as well. And essentially we just want this to be like a nice like black silhouette, because that'll be what it appears as most of the time. We could also do a detailed version of it. Wonder, should we draw the tie or not? That would just complicate the logo. So something like that. So nice and curved, and then gonna have his head come down, and there'll be that it. Yeah, I'm gonna probably use the circle tool to make this a little straighter, but what does the roof symbolize? It symbolizes that he's on top of everything, and also he's got this insane rant where he lived among the people known as the Techoraza, which is
Isn't that a symbol from Stargate? Or am I hallucinating?
Oh, the Ouroboros it's a very common symbol. The snake eating its own tail uses.
No. I mean like the pyramid or the triangle with the dots on top, or with the circle on top.
Is it?
I don't know. I thought it was one of the runes that needed to be dialed on a Stargate in order for them to work. Maybe I'm confusing for something else.
Well, it's okay. It might be, but the point is, it's a rooftop. It's not a Stargate. So, well, we'll have to do. It'll be a silhouette. So rather than, we would actually remove these pieces in the middle.
Also, it comes very close to being like that Illuminati symbol.
It does, and that's fine because Mr. Tikrin basically controls everything. He runs everything.
Nice.
Yeah. So that's his company symbol basically, and that'll be something we just throw onto like all kinds of Tikrin Industry stuff. He is the company symbol, so he doesn't have to wear it or anything on his tie. And yeah, so the roof symbol. So he's got this whole speech, and he's insane, so he doesn't really remember the details. But he's basically this comes from a joke that it's kind of an in-joke between me and my wife, because her family is Mexican, and then we were having a conversation, and she's an engineer, so someone was like, "Oh, it sure is good that you're married to Claudia for all the housing stuff," and we were like, "Yeah, because she's an engineer, and then they were like, because she'll be able to speak to the roofers." And then it was just like something that was said that was really casually kind of racist, but it was funny because it just took us so by surprise. And then after that, I was like, yes, your people, the roofers, the language of the roofers. And so this joke is something I'm bringing into the game, where Mr. Tikrin's going to talk about how he was raised by the people of the roof, the Techoraza, who taught him the meaning of hard work. And he's got all this, so he like associates all this crazy like marketing style stuff with these things that he's misremembering. I was thinking about having a joke where he was like, they used to tell me, watch out, you're in the way, and then he'll like not translate it correctly. He'll be like, which means take things one step at a time. So he's got all this like wisdom that is insane and incorrect and completely misremembering whatever happened to him, and like everyone will take it as gospel because it's all been something that he's been saying for hundreds of years, and so people just believe that this like the people of the roof really existed, and that they had this amazing philosophy that like they all survived thanks to. And that it's like lost wisdom, and if only we could find evidence of their existing, like whatever happened to them, it's a shame that they were lost from time and space, and only Mr. Tikrin still remembers anything about them. So he's even human history has been kind of butchered by his crazy corporate PR. But
reminds me a bit of Cloud Atlas, where you had this waitress who was a clone who worked like for a future version of McDonald's or whatnot, and she was also the mascot for like this burger joint. And in the post-apocalypse, there's a religion that was founded around the statue in quotation marks, which was actually just like the symbol for the burger joint, which was still left over. And like a few of her diaries or whatnot were found, and the whole religion was founded around this, which is also kind of a similar vein of like misunderstanding what happened before and turning it into a religion.
Yeah, it's the same. It's that kind of gist, and I'm debating as to whether or not I want to at some point have a character be like rescued by somebody wearing like a sombrero and then being like, I was saved by one of the Techorazo. Like they came, they're real. Like all the stories are true. And then no one will believe him. But I don't know, because that would have to imply that someone out there, because it doesn't really fit the lore of the game, so I don't know if I can actually do that joke. But I do kind of like the idea of all the insanity, like just hinting that maybe the insanity is not fake, and being like, oh no, it's actually all real. I don't know.
Well, it could be another person, robot, or something that was programmed to be completely subservient to whatever corporate overlords or whatever came before, to just regurgitate whatever was programmed into it, and that is sort of the proof that it was real, even though it's just, it's programming.
Well, he's been doing this, he's been talking about this stuff for hundreds of years, so it is possible that somebody just like made a machine that fits that bill, and yeah. But I don't know. Yeah, he's got a whole, just like his whole backstory is going to be like an insane, like coked out rant about all these things that never really happened, and a misunderstanding of like people's cultures and everything else. Yes, Donnie. We gotta be quick because it's actually time for me to head out. Or at least time for me to log off. I gotta go. What's up? Not much. What's up is it's time to go. Cannot stay, it is time for me to leave. So, yes, that's I kind of like the offset a little bit better. That way it's, yeah, sort of like that better. Anyway, though, we'll save this. I gotta go. Yeah, thanks for joining me, everybody. We'll do it again on Monday, I think, anyway. Yep, see you later.